A strange experience I had. This happened to me and my husband a month or so ago. We decided to go to an outlet on Native American ground, and it was only 10 minutes from our house. We went and played at the arcade and looked at some of the stores, like we normally would. After a while, I suggested to go to a small convenience store inside the outlet. We went inside, and my husband said he felt a strong pain in his abdomen and felt very uncomfortable near the store. I decided to stay a little longer. This woman came out of the back of the store and started looking at the merchandise with her arms crossed. I assumed she was a worker, but she didn't greet us or even look at us. She gave me a very weird and uncomfortable feeling, so we decided to leave the store and sat on a bench nearby, where my husband said he was afraid the woman put a curse on us or some of the food products. I shrugged and didn't mind it until I saw the same woman leave the store, look around, and go back inside. It set me off a bit because I was afraid she was looking for us. We decided to move to sit by the fountain while we asked for my husband's mom, who picks us up. He doesn't have a car of his own, and we only have one car that works. We start talking like usual, and I begin to calm down. All of a sudden, my husband looks shocked, and I turn around, and dozens of crows started flying around and circling the convenience store. All of a sudden, I feel this horrible, evil presence coming from the store, and I start crying so hard that my husband has to comfort me. I couldn't explain it. That was the first time I felt that afraid before. Pretty soon after the birds disappeared, and my mother-in-law picks us up, we told her what had happened, and she said she had a horrible feeling right before we called her and picks us up, and so did my father-in-law. When we get home, my mother-in-law started burning herbs and cleansing the house, and when me and my husband get ready to take a shower, he realized his period started. He's trans, female to male. This freaked us both out pretty badly. Since then, nothing has really happened, but I refuse to go there. I want to know if anyone might know what that was all about. My mother-in-law said it might be witchcraft, and I had the strange feeling that the woman in the store wasn't even human. Evil entity in the corner of my room. So this happened about 2 years ago. I was in a really bad spot, mentally speaking. I was really cranky, in such a bad humor, and really sad altogether. I'm usually a very cheerful and friendly person, so this was totally out of character for me. Was this depression or something alike? I don't know, as I never went to get help or diagnosed. But I hope I never go through this again. To make this point short, I eventually snapped out of this and started feeling better. My dog always sleeps in my bed, and she usually just falls asleep immediately once she's on it. But following my snapping out of my mental ordeal, and for like 2 consecutive nights, she wouldn't sleep at all and stay awake with her eyes fixed to the corner of my room. The first night, I didn't make much of it, and I just went to sleep as usual. The second day, though, her anxiety went off the roof. She started glaring again at said corner, and this time she started growling, something my dog never does. I would tell her to stop and try to get her distracted from that corner by putting her to the other side of the bed, getting her under the sheets, but nothing worked. She eventually just go to that unusual behavior. At one point, I stood up and carried her to that corner as to show her that there was nothing there. While I was walking there, my dog started barking and crying, terrified as I've never been or seen her before, feeling as if I was about to deliver her to the devil himself. At this point, I stopped and felt chills all over my body. I felt an evil presence in that corner that was observing us. This time, terrified, I went back to my bed, turned on the TV and lights, and continued observing my dog as she was the only one who could see that entity in the corner. I'm sure for whatever that entity was, it was really tall, as my dog could always fix her eyes almost to roof level. I felt observed all night by this entity in the corner. I felt an evil intent through its glare. I don't know why I didn't leave the room. I think I was just terrified of standing up. I didn't sleep that night. I believe that this entity was feeding from, or even causing, my moodiness and sadness, and once I got better, it just left as if I had no purpose further for it. After the second night, the entity did not reappear. I hope it never does. What happens when your guardian angel leaves you? And I have a few questions I have left. This happened when I was about 2 or 4 years old. For context, I was a chill baby. Loved sleeping and watching cartoons. I was my parents' only child at the time. My mother is a teacher and my dad is a farmer. I'd spend my days with my auntie, she babysat me, while mom and dad worked, often playing outside with the animals and sticks. I had no neighbors for miles, but I didn't really feel lonely, as I was a very imaginative kid. Imagine how scary it was for my parents when my episodes started. This is how it'd go about. I'd be sound asleep around midnight. Suddenly, with my eyes open and a blank stare, I would scream and scream non-stop. No one could wake me up. They would shake me, slap me. I'm Latina, throw some water, but nothing worked. Eventually my dad settled for holding tightly until the screaming ceased. This would last about 15 minutes, and it was every single night. They tried a lot of things. Called a Catholic priest to bless the home. My midnight mayhem stopped for about 2 weeks, but then started again. Eventually my mom complained about it at school to one of her coworkers. This lady's what you might call a spiritual person, and she was concerned. Eventually, those episodes stopped. My mom at some point casually mentioned to that coworker how it hadn't happened in a while. And that's when the lady told my mom, I know, I did something about it. Apparently, she wrote a letter to some knowledgeable spiritual person or something. It's hard to explain, even in my native language, honestly. And they had responded to her that my guardian angel was turning his back on me. Exact words. And they did something, don't know what, that fixed it. I've never had any episodes since then. I honestly don't remember what I was seeing or dreaming about. It's really weird, because Dad said I had my eyes open the whole time and wouldn't even blink. So I don't really know if I was dreaming, hallucinating, or anything like that. I remember gaining consciousness and feeling tired. Dad pressing me about what the nightmare was about. I couldn't remember a thing. I also remember after the episode stopped, I once had a nightmare and my mom and dad were really concerned that the thing had come back. But I felt it was different because I remember the nightmare and was easily woken up. I think my parents were just tired and didn't want to go through it again. That being said, I have a few questions. Was that lady bullshitting me? Has anyone ever heard of such a thing? And if guardian angels really are a thing, was he turning his back on me literally or leaving me? Like, was the guy distracted or was he done? Why would a guardian angel leave a child? And what kind of spell or ritual could they do to prevent that? Because really, it worked. Whatever that lady did, it really worked. I know this might sound outlandish and silly, but you guys don't know anything about that kind of stuff. I'd like to know more. Also, if there's a reasonable, non-paranormal explanation for this, I'd like to know. I think my house is haunted but I'm not quite sure. A few days ago, probably 2 days ago, I was bent over the floor. I was picking up some trash that had fallen on my floor from my trash can. My headphones are in, and I'm listening to music. The music wasn't very loud, so I could still hear what was going on around me. As I'm picking up the trash, I feel a few footsteps on the ground. You know how you feel footsteps if they're close enough? Just like that. I didn't hear anything, but I felt as if someone had ran towards me from behind. As soon as I feel the footsteps, I turn around to see if anyone was there. Nobody was there, and my door was untouched. As I mentioned earlier, I was able to hear my surroundings. I will also mention that in my parents' bathroom, there are 2 mirrors facing each other, which I know is rumored to be a type of ghost portal or something. I've also seen shadows in the corner of my eyes when I'm home alone. There's also this feeling of being watched whenever I'm the only one awake in the house. I swear there's a shadow man in my kitchen. I've seen something tall staring at me when I go use the bathroom. I don't know if I'm crazy or if my house is actually haunted. My parents dismiss it, so maybe I'm freaking out over nothing. The Curse of the Faceless Woman. A couple weeks ago, I published a story here about my experience with paranormal entity. After thinking it over, I think there was more to the story that needs to be added. This story starts around the 25th of December. I was enjoying a trip with my family to Santa Barbara. For a day trip, and because I'm a big museums nerd, I convinced everyone to go to Zelevn, a Danish town in the middle of rural California. While going down the street, we were passed by a street view car for Google. Right in front of us was a couple in their 20s. One had dyed hair. I continued on with my day. A few days later, the trip ends, and I start to head back home. As we're getting into the windy country road, at about 5 in the morning, way before the sun went up. On the side of the last suburban street before hours of abandoned highway was a white figure. Under a lone light lamp for a lady, she slouched slightly. She had pale skin. She had scraggly hair. But weirdest of all, the complete lack of a face. I was a little freaked out by this, and I didn't want to wait and deal with the drivers of New Year's Eve. Soon, thick fog set in, and I could barely see 10 feet in front of me. This road was very windy, as there was a valley below. About 10 minutes of driving, the road started turning, and every few feet was a sign saying what to do, slowly getting more nonsensical. From rock warnings back to signs saying to turn off all lights, to signs saying just stop. After a couple minutes, everything returned to normal. My theory is that there is a transitional space, and I've changed universes. Today I went to an ice cream shop, and on a whim decided to check if I was on Google Maps. I opened it up and went to the bakery I had just gone out of when the car passed by. There was the person with dyed hair, and everything else was normal. But I and my family who were traveling with me were gone. I checked the dates, the images, only a month old. This explains a bit. The day after, I was staying in a hotel, and all the lights went out for hours. And these people, quite close to civilization, were fine with it. They acted as if this was completely normal. Yet mere months earlier, the city would have been a mess if power went out, as it did, but only for a couple minutes. It shut all of the casinos for a bit. Now they were all back up by the time I left the building. Wow. Did you ever connect to the boys' appearance to the typical gray alien? We used to live in a haunted house as well, full of crackling noises that my parents would say, because the house was old. And eventually, since they accepted this idea, it just got worse and worse. until there was literally people walking downstairs when everybody had gone upstairs. But I didn't buy this idea. My room was haunted, and I had something grunting loudly right next to my ear one night, which had me in such fear that I was paralyzed and completely unable to move. Another time, it sounded as if the floor in my room suddenly flooded with what sounded like little rats or giant spiders. It was unexplainable, and my parents would get angry at me if I woke them up. And they thought I was full of shit. This time was a terrible time in my life because I was so incredibly scared in this room. Looking back at it, I was such a fool to even live there with them. Anyways, the cracking and the stepping escalated to the point that even the biggest fool couldn't explain it off as something else. At which point, my atheist parents had a change of mind and decided to try calling in a Catholic priest to perform a deliverance ritual on the house. Lo and behold, after this, it all ceased completely. Even the small cracks, because of the old house thing, were gone completely and permanently. Many years later, I began to having dreams about characters with frail bodies and big eyes. They would come intensely into my dreams and call themselves beings of light. The dreams or experience would be so intense that they would even remain for a short time after I had woken up. I began dreaming of UFOs as well, all the more intensely until the moment I decided to seek God through Christ, in which all of this went away completely. The same month that I decided to start playing and believing in God, I actually had 2 separate UFO sightings. I've never seen a UFO in my life, nor really believed in them. When my friend died of an overdose, it was 2 days later. A few close friends were together in my parents' apartment, where he had spent all the day. He died hanging out while talking his plans for working through his depression, playing guitar, and genuinely being his best self. His best friend and brother were viewing the body at a morgue at that time, which we all advise him not to do. We were sitting around the apartment, quietly grieving together. One friend playing guitar, just sort of improvising over the general mood. Suddenly, the whole energy in the room shifts down, the sound of the guitar with it. There's a tension, a darkness, a frantic anxiety, fear, confusion in the air. My partner, who is a more visual kind of person, claimed she could see him pacing around the apartment, from the kitchen to the chair he was playing guitar in, to the living room with us, just frantically connecting with these memories and bonds. My friend on the couch next to me, who works in hospice and connects with death on a regular basis, grabbed my hand. It felt like she was slipping away. Her hand was freezing cold. I grabbed her harder, tried to hold her back, and the life and warmth of her arm, I felt scared. The tension was high. The guitar was weird. It felt like a fucked up dream, like nothing I'd ever experienced before. Then I realized that cold, distant feeling wasn't scary. It didn't feel good or right, but I loosened my grip and I let my attention follow that deep, absent feeling up her arm. Suddenly, I myself could feel him in the room, like we were so close, locked in an engaging conversation. I could feel his anxiety and fear and regret and deep sadness reverberating in a confusing swirl. I imagined settling it all down, holding him tight by the shoulders and grounding him. I focused my energy on him and told him that it was okay, we would be fine. He would live through us. No one blames him. We all carry compassion and nothing but love. Then another wave of anxiety, feelings of his best friend. I promised him we would take care of him. I said, "You're on your own journey now, dude. I think you have work to do. We love you. We'll be okay. Go explore and move on whatever's next. See you around." Then I felt like I was back in my body and let go of my friend's hand. Was suddenly aware of the guitar had stopped, and we were all simultaneously back together in the room again, just looking at each other. Didn't say anything for a few minutes, but processed it together later. Corroborated each other's experiences from that moment. Everyone had a slightly different piece, some more direct or emotional, or visual than others. I'd been an empirical but agnostic person, and I'd never experienced or imagined anything like that before or since. Gave me a lot to think about, and I'm still processing it. Read the Tibetan Book of the Dead since then, and it's given me an incredible model to contextualize the moment. I started noticing little things at first, but decided to experiment with not taking them for granted. Like all those moments in a good conversation where you think, I was just about to say that. Realized it happens all the time when you're really engaged in listening. 2. I was sitting around with my friend smoking a spliff in the woods. My friend next to me was thirsty, so I handed her my water bottle. She says, "Oh, thanks." Takes a beat. Wait, did I say anything out loud? Everyone says no. She's like, I was just about to ask if anyone had anything to drink. I think, that was very specific. Going to keep following this thread. Experiment with accepting as a fact that some amount of our thoughts and intentions are transmitted. Shit got real. Tripping on a half a tab of acid with my girlfriend at the time. We were at a rough point in our relationship, very codependent and actively failing. At one point, it seemed like our shared problems coalesced into a separate entity, like a greasy, dark orb of blame, shame, frustration, fear. But for some reason, only one of us had it at a time, leaving the other to embrace their best independent self, a common feeling on acid. That person would be socializing with our friends, communicating freely and confidently, while the other bore the full emotional burden of our issues, paralyzed and anxious. Then suddenly, the greasy darkness would fall out and slip into the other person, and the roles would switch. We were in a hammock together while this is happening, but at one point, when I was good, I got up to pee and she did too. She walked away off maybe 30 feet into the woods and sat down, facing away from me. I'm chatting with our friends, and suddenly I'd known she's crying. I can feel the deep, wet, heavy feeling of it in my heart. I had compassion for her. I knew what all those feelings meant. We weren't good for each other. Things probably wouldn't last much longer. Anyway, my back was to hers and hers to me. Eventually, on the walk back out of the woods, we finally felt free of the darkness and started talking it through. Except the conversation was happening somewhere overhead, and everyone else with us said we were dead silent until we got back to the car. Once we got back to our apartment and were coming down, we corroborated this whole experience. I was more fascinated, saw it as an opportunity to maybe make things better. She was more avoidant, but she confirmed everything. The swapping darkness, her walking off to cry, the details of the conversation on the way back. Okay, that was a lot. That was a life-changing and deeply bizarre moment. Paradigm shift for me. No doubts left. This is a thing. Only thing to do is to try to understand the phenomenon and practice making it happen again. Early on dating, my now wife, connecting really deeply, spending a lot of time together, sharing life stories, etc. We're in that quiet, intimate moment after sleeping together, and I had my hand on her chest, feeling her breath, feeling just safe, warm, comfortable, welcomed, safe, home. My eyes were closed, and I got a flash of an image of a house. Whatever house, normal imagery. So I tell her, I just really feel at home with you. Even in this shitty apartment, I haven't felt this secure in a long time. She says, that's exactly what I was thinking. In fact, I had it deep in my memory to even find the last time I felt this way. I think it was at such and such house that I lived in with my mom after parents divorced. I remember the image of the house that flashed in my mind. Was it by any weird chance a red house with the sidewalk running past it and 2 steps up to the door with one of those little roofs over the front door? It was. She had never mentioned it, didn't even have a picture of it in her apartment. Dreams with my wife. On 3 occasions, we've shared dreams in some capacity. One time, we just both woke up, had dreams about being in a shipwreck, like an old wooden sailing ship destroyed and burning, with us left floating on debris in the water. Another time, we woke up and I started laughing. I said, "You were in my dream, and it was so silly. You would have loved it. We had a house together on the ocean." And she's like, "Weird. Farm animals." She lights up, says, like, "Oh, weird furry little fuzzy dinosaur critters at her old weird farmhouse on the beach?" Exactly like that. Weird little fuzzy dino critters. I have other stories like this. I think part of it has to do with the physical and emotional closeness, the force of compassion and empathy, but less so physical closeness, because when she was on a trip across the world in Tibet, I still shared a moment. I just got a huge, strong feeling that I felt her. I wrote down the time and date that it happened, and the next time she was able to contact me, I confirmed that she was having the most powerful moments in her life in some cave temple in the Himalayas, like the guru on the top of the mountain trope. Okay, thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Hope you find my stories interesting, and maybe they can help you and open your mind and realize that we all have incredible superpowers. The trick is openness, listening to yourself as much as your ears, and directing your attention towards empathy and compassion and selflessness in the moment. I should add, I'm not some super spiritual being, larger than life, dedicated to practice, or on drugs all the time. I work 9 to 5. I've had a pretty average life, haven't touched psychedelics in years. Most of these experiences were dead sober, although I definitely communicate with my dogs when I'm stoned. My point being, I think everyone is capable in tuning in like this and should feel empowered to try. When I was about 7 or 8, my family moved into a house in Toronto that was 100% haunted. The first time I stepped foot in that house was when I checked it out with my parents and the realtor. Immediately, it felt off. I wouldn't say it was like I had eyes on me, but more like the sensation you get when you know you're being eavesdropped on. While my parents were chatting with the realtor, I went to check out the basement. It was unfinished and just plain creepy, but against my better judgment, I went down anyway. At the bottom of the stairs was a door, so I just went to open it. As I reached out, this little voice in my head told me not to open it and to turn around and run. I ran back up those stairs as far as I could and felt like something was on my heels the whole way. Years later, I mentioned the story to my mom, and she said that the room was the creepiest thing she'd ever seen. It was literally just an empty walk-in closet with a toilet in the corner. No light fixture, no other plumbing, just pitch black concrete room with a toilet. The whole time we lived in that house, I felt like I had eyes on me. Another time, for my birthday, I had a sleepover. That night we were playing hide and seek, and all my friends decided to open up the playground to the basement. I didn't want to seem like a wuss, so I didn't mention how creepy it was down there. Me and 2 friends were hiding in the laundry area, and we could hear other beings found upstairs, and the door to the top of the stairs was still closed. Then we heard another door in the basement creak open and closed, and the sound of bare feet walk into the middle of the room. The sound of bare feet or socked feet, it obviously was different. But we couldn't see anyone. My one friend freaked out and bolted, and we ran after him, not wanting to be left down there by ourselves. He cried and cried until his mom came to pick him up. I don't know if he saw anything. Towards the end of living there is when I actually saw something paranormal. My brother had a habit of going to sleep on a couch on the first floor and leaving the door open. Just a quick description of the upstairs for the sake of the story. As you come up the stairs, you turn right, and in front of you is the bathroom. Next to that, a linen closet. Then my brother in my bedroom, and on the right side of the hallway was a walk-in storage closet, which is where I stored all of my toys. Then at the end of the hallway was my mom's room. Unbeknownst to my young mind was because my parents split, which is why my dad's bedroom was down on the first floor. Anyway, one night I woke up around 3 a.m. and saw that my brother was gone and the door was wide open. Then I saw a shadow walk past my door from the bathroom toward my mom's room. It's probably just my mom, I thought. Then another walked past. Oh, that must be my brother going to sleep with my mom. Then another. That can't be my dad. They definitely haven't shared a bed in a long time. Then another and another. And these shadows paced up and down the hall for what felt like forever, until I saw the sun creeping up over the horizon, and I was able to fall back asleep when the adrenaline started to fade. In the morning, as soon as I woke up, I went to tell my mom what happened because obviously I was freaked out. When I walked out my door, I heard a girl crying to my left, toward my toy room in my mom's room. I thought it was my mom. I checked the toy room, nothing. Checked my mom's room, and under the bed, nothing. She was downstairs making breakfast, and she saw she wasn't crying about anything. The house was messed up. Dude, my job actually had me in that old neighborhood recently, so I went to go check it out. It's been torn down, and newer luxury homes, borderline mansions, have taken over the neighborhood. That area always had money, but they've definitely increased their wealth significantly in the 25 plus years since I moved. I'm getting off topic. Yeah, she was quite the piece of work. My mother was the youngest of 13 children. All siblings flew the coop as soon as they could to get away from their mother. My mother wasn't as fortunate as my grandmother, mentally and physically. Fucked with her for years, shot and killed her beloved pony in front of her when my mom was about 10 or so, just because she could. My mom has never seen a shrink, but she should have, because my brothers and I figured out our mom was schizophrenic, with 3 distinctive personalities. Let me tell you, my life growing up was not all fun and games. My mother was and is obsessive over me, as I'm her only friend. Anyway, so my grandmother lived with us for a few years when I was a little kid. I don't remember much other than the fear I had when my parents would leave the house and it would be my grandmother and just me and my brother. She hated us for some reason. Anyway, something happened to where my parents finally put her in a nursing home over in Tucker, Georgia. Can't remember the name of it. She was there for a few years until it was shut down and she was moved to a nursing home over outside Atlanta. It was off Briarcliff Road, and funny enough, just a block or so away was an insane asylum or place for mental patients. Again, this was 46 years ago. So my mom and I were driving my grandmother when I was 12. We went every Sunday to see her. The new place didn't believe in drugging their patients. Even though it was noted that my grandmother was criminally insane, I don't recall how she was given that diagnosis before she tried to kill me. Anyway, so we arrived and my mother is talking to the nurses while I walk ahead and go to the room to see our grandmother. The bitch was waiting on us. I walked in the room and the door slammed shut. I don't recall if it was locked or if it was her standing in front of the door, blocking it so I couldn't be opened. Having locks on the door wouldn't make sense. Anyway, there's my grandmother, and she grabs me by the neck and shoves me against the wall by the door, lifts me up off the ground by my neck. She is strangling me, and I'm unable to break free. I was able to use my right hand to bang against the door, and thank God my mother and nurse heard. I was passing out due to lack of oxygen. When the door burst open, one of the nurses with this big burly woman, and she kicked that door open and got in there to save me. The nurse restrained my grandmother and was able to get a syringe of something, a sedative, and inject to calm her down so where they could get her back into bed. My mother got to me and carried me out of the room and held me in her arms. She was crying and cussing them out. But after that, my grandmother was drugged like there was no fucking tomorrow. Blessedly, she passed away a few months later, and my mom became a new person, no longer controlled by her mentally and physically abusive mother. I, however, have never been comfortable around the elderly, as I'm nervous. I'm going to be attacked, and I do not like to have my neck touched. I still flinch to this day if someone touches my neck. When I was in high school, I got a Ouija board with some friends. We tried it a few times at my house, and nothing of note ever happened. One night, I brought it to a friend's house. We'd call him Jay. We asked if there was a spirit present. Yes. We asked its name. X. We thought that was a weird name, so we asked again. It just goes with the letter X. After a few more innocuous questions, we asked how he died. Murder. Then one of our friends, the genius, asks, "Hey X, would never try to hurt us, right?" Long pause. Then the dial just goes back and forth to H and A repeatedly. Ha 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 ha. Anyways, we got freaked out, but kind of figured one of the group was fucking with us. I let Jay keep the board for years, and about 8 years later, when we had forgotten about it, I moved into an apartment with him after college. We have a housewarming, and some other friends, some of whom we knew in high school, find the Ouija board and his things. They start to play. Him and I are sat at the table with one group of friends. Another group is at the coffee table playing the Ouija. They ask if there's a spirit. Yes. Now I listen closely. They ask how the spirit came into this place. Murder. Then they ask his name. Ask Jay. That's weird. Jay laughs and says he doesn't hang out with many spirits. Silence for a minute. Then one of the players goes, "Oh, that's a weird name. He said X, but like spelled out. ECKS. Jay and I both immediately remember our youngest days playing it and freaked out. He burned the Ouija board later that week. We never touched one again. I don't smoke, and I don't have any friends who do, but I keep several ashtrays at home, just in case. So one day about a year ago, I was looking for some papers and found one of those ashtrays in one of those cupboards. It was completely empty and quite clean. By the way, I was pretty busy that day, so instead of putting the ashtray back in the cupboard, I just lay it on the kitchen table and went to do some repair work in the garage. I returned inside the house about an hour later, and the ashtray, still laying in the kitchen table, was filled with cigarette ash. No cigarette butts, just ash. I felt a faint scent of cigarette smoke in the house. Definitely not as strong as I would have expected, judging by the amount of ash. Like I said, the ashtray was definitely empty and clean when I found it and put it on the table. I took a kitchen knife and carefully searched the entire house. Nobody was there. I checked all the doors and windows. They were locked. Then I searched the house again, checking was there any cash valuables missing, but it was all there. I called all my friends, even non-smokers, and asked them, did they happen to drop by my house that day? They all said no. I also inspected locks for damage, but there didn't appear to be any. I changed the locks, just in case, and had trouble sleeping for days afterwards. I actually stored the ash into a bag, and I still keep it in the drawer, just in case, though I doubt it'll actually resolve or prove anything. The day after that bizarre incident, a murder took place in my neighborhood. A mentally disturbed girl with a history of drug abuse stabbed a convenience store cashier to death, following an argument over a pack of cigarettes. It is very likely unrelated, but sometimes I wonder. I don't keep spare keys in the yard, in the front yard or anything like that, in case anyone is wondering. I have a few, I guess, I'll tell the haunted apartment story though, since it's the most comprehensive. This was during college. On Halloween, I took a pendulum to an old battlefield with my friends to try to communicate with spirits or whatever, all in good fun. After that night, crazy shit started happening to me in my apartment. The first sign was my keys continuously went missing. I'd unlock the door, set my keys down, go about my business, and then they would just be gone. Even when I was alone in the house, I enlisted my friends once to search the entire house. We looked under my mattress, moved all the furniture, dug around the couches. I had about 4 sets of keys go missing. Then my door started slamming. I'm a skeptical person, so I tested everything. I checked the hinges, opened and shut the front door to see if the airflow triggered it. Nothing. My bedroom door would just slam shut on me every so often. I left for a week on vacation. When I came back, my picture of Jesus I kept on my dresser was on the floor, face down. There were stabs all over his face, like someone poked holes all through it. I took a storytelling class. Our assignment was to tell a ghost story, so as I was practicing in the dining room alone, a full water bottle that was sitting on the island flung itself off the table violently. I had a friend move in with me, and after all that, all the weird stuff stopped. Epilogue. It was my final day at my apartment. I had all my friends over as a final farewell to the first year of college. One of my friends was like, "What's this?" "There's something in your couch." And he pulled out a set of my keys. Everyone immediately started feeling around the couch, and every set of keys was in my couch. It's like my poltergeist was saying goodbye as well. Two friends, we'll call them Sid and Net, and I were wandering about one night in the dead of winter. This takes place a bit past the end of my dad's dead-end road. The road ends and tapers off into a dirt and grass pathway that leads all the way to a creek bank that used to have a bridge running over it. The bridge was long gone, but we loved exploring that creek. The three of us were wading along, chilly water up to our ankles. Thank God for waterproof boots. In this creek, it has steep banks on either side, ones you have to be very careful to get down or get up. We're wandering along in almost total darkness because, of course, we're badass teenagers and we don't need no light. I wish we had had one. Sid mentions she hears something moving. Net and I quiet down and listen, and sure enough, something was snapping the brittle twigs up the embankment in front of us. If you grew up knowing what deer or other animals sound like moving through the undergrowth, you'd be able to recognize it. This was different. This was wrong. And we were able to hear sounded like a bipedal being moving across the bank. The thudding of the footfalls was frightening as all hell because it sounded like someone in heavy boots intentionally stomping with every step. Sid and Ned, the brave creek wanderers they were, hid behind me as though I would be able to do anything against whatever it was that was out there. Looking back on it, I'm a little mad about it. Anyway, we were standing there, stock still in ankle-deep freezing water for what felt like hours, just listening to this thing moving around. It couldn't have been more than 5 or 10 minutes, and we listened to this progression from our far right to right in front of us, when my friends decide to use me as a meat shield, and then off to our left. Eventually, after the noise tapered off, we scurried back up the side of the embankment to head towards home. As we made our way down the small slope into the trail, we ran between two large open fields. We heard a piercing shriek that sounded inhuman, but nothing like anything I'd heard before in those woods. It was like the scream of a cougar mixed with the chattering of some angry, riled-up bird. There are no cougars, at least not in the northwest Tennessee. We froze for a moment to figure out where the sound was coming from, and we heard that sound of heavy stomping against the hard dirt, moving very fast. In the dull moonlight, we see in the field to our right this weird thing. I don't know how to describe it. It looked like a person, but it was wrong. The stance it had and the noises it was making. It was hard to see due to the darkness. It looked like a tall, hunched-over bald person with abnormally long arms. It really did sound like the aliens from the movie Signs, the weird clicking noises they made, only louder and more distorted like old VHS tapes. It almost made me sick, and I remember feeling utterly helpless and terrified, especially since signs freaked me the fuck out and it was just a movie. Needless to say, all three of us booked it back to my house immediately. I'm not sure if either of my friends paused to look back and see if it was following us, but I surely didn't. I kept my eyes locked on home. We never really talked about it after that night. Both of my friends saw and heard it, supposedly, anyway, so I don't think it was my imagination. Something was out there with us that night, but I definitely wasn't about to poke my nose around and try to find out what. It took me a while to go back to that creek, and I never again did I visit at night. During the day, it felt fine. I loved it. It was teeming with life and energy. I remember hearing odd screams down that way, every so often after that, but I tried to chalk it up to animals fighting. Even if deep down, I knew it was something a little more sinister. That's probably one of the weird ones, if not the worst. Hearing something or thinking you can see something is one thing, but actually seeing it and having a shared experience with two other people, that's a whole different game. I kept my windows locked tight after that, and would often flip the outside lights on at random, just to have a reassuring look around the house. I never saw it again. I used to live out in the country, way back almost to the end of a dead-end road. There were only two houses that were actually lived in that far down. My dad's and the old lady at the very end of the road. That's my dad's house. And around it, kind of off to the side, were a bunch of old, medium-sized barns and sheds. I used to let my cat out sometimes, and she would roam around the yard, come back up and pull out my window when she was ready to come in. One night, I had done just that, but after a long while, I got a little concerned. She usually only stayed out for an hour, 2 tops, but it had been way longer. I decided to go out and get her. I go out through the side door on the house and immediately felt off, like something was there. I needed to get my cat though, and if something was there, I chalked it up to a raccoon or other critter. I grabbed the mag light and set off for the barns, calling for my cat. I found her huddled up in one of the barns. She did not want to leave. It was like she was terrified of something, and was very stiff when I picked her up. I hadn't taken 1 but 2 or 3 steps when this light shoots across the sky directly over me, illuminating everything almost like lightning. It made this odd sound as it passed. My cat freaked out and started growling and clawing at me, which she never does. I actually dropped her because of it, and she took off toward the house, as though she were running for her life. I did the same. I've never figured out what that was. I've read about comets and things like that, but nothing says anything about the odd noise I heard, or the reaction my cat had. It couldn't have been something simple and explainable, but man did it freak me out that time. I had a span of time where multiple things happened to me. Not much since. I'm in college now, but here it goes. Here are a few stories. Some are related, and all happened at the same house. When I was in 6th grade, my friend was over at my house, and we were taking turns playing the PlayStation. I was lying on my bed, and it was his turn. The lights were out, and it was about midnight at this time. As I'm laying there, I notice from my left peripheral that there is someone there. I see a face, all white face, with blacked out eyes, and quite similar to what Michael Myers' mask looks like, but no hair. This face started to slowly turn in and look at me, getting closer and closer. I jump up quickly and turn the light on, and there was nothing. I was freaked out for the rest of that night. A few years later, I believe I was in high school. I was playing Xbox, and my mom was sitting on the computer. I was playing Call of Duty Zombies, and she was playing a dice game, so I can be certain this wasn't from that. Both of us heard this very loud man say, "I'm home." So I'm home, but dragged out. We both just looked at each other, wondering what the hell just happened. Later that night, my mom was in her room, just petting one of our cats. As she was petting him, she was saying, "Hi, Vady." His name is Vader. After she said this, she said that someone mimicked her voice. Hi, almost as if she was being mocked. A few months later, once Halloween approached, we had seen something else. We had our house all decorated and looked pretty scary. Scary enough that I decided to use my uncle's camera to take pictures of our house. Upon further inspection of the picture, I noticed something quite scary. I zoomed in on our door. We have a glass door that opens first before the main door, and saw within the glass a face. It had human characteristics, however the eyes were blacked out, very similar to the thing I saw when I was younger. This is going to be a bit out there for most people, but what I'm about to type out is true and actually happened to me. If you choose not to believe me, that's fine. I wouldn't expect you to. Just don't be a dick about it. This all happened around late May to early June 2017. I lived out in Kentucky and had been here my whole life. I saved up some money and bought my first AR-style rifle, a Ruger AR-556 for anyone who cares. I had wanted one for a while, but never had the money to get one, so as soon as I got the chance, I grabbed it. I needed to sight in my gun after I bought it. My family owns 20 plus acres of land, so I don't go to gun ranges around here because first of all, people are dumb and our local one has bullet holes in the ceilings, and second, I prefer shooting on our own land. I had managed to get a Magpul D60 drum magazine at Gander Mountain because we were having a going out of business sale. So I guess really I was going to sight in the gun and test out the magazine's reliability. I barely had the magazine out of the box and had not gotten a chance to shoot it yet, but I looked up a bunch of reviews and can never find one that had a problem mine did that day. This is where things start getting a bit odd. My family has owned this land and I shot on it for a decade. Nothing weird has ever happened out here that I know of, and I've taken people to the spot this happened and nothing has recreated the feelings I had that day. I grabbed my gun, the drum, and the 20 rounds of ammo, and went outside to cross over a field. To get to the field, I have to go through a barbed wire fence and about a 300-foot wooded area. The moment I crossed over the barbed wire, something felt off. I've been over there for 1,000 times before, and like I said, nothing weird had ever happened down there. And I've never had any weird experiences there. Something just felt off that day. Something just wanted me to leave. I kept going though, because nothing had ever happened out here before. I just thought maybe I was being paranoid, or the wind or the air pressure were just right to give me an eerie feeling. So I walked on, deeper into the woods. The further I get, the stronger the feeling is. I feel like I'm being watched, like something nearby is just staring into my soul. I keep going. I get halfway and this feeling is borderline unbearable. I stop dead in my tracks and think to myself, something is off. Like I've said 1,000 times, nothing like this has ever happened before. I know something is going on now. When I grabbed my ammo when I left home, I did not load it into the magazine because I wanted to hurry and get into the field so I could get everything set up. This is where I listened to that gut feeling. I stopped dead in my tracks and loaded the magazine with the 20 rounds I brought. Something told me that something wasn't right and I needed to be ready just in case. Something is watching me, and I don't know what or where it is. As I'm loading my magazine, out of nowhere, I smell something dead. It just came out of nowhere. I had been standing there for 2 minutes with no scent. Then all of a sudden, It smells like month-old rotting carcass behind me. I look around, and directly behind me is a mangled animal. That, aside from the smell, looks nearly fresh. It was so mangled, the only thing that gave me a clue as to what the animal was the color of what was left of its fur, which was white and gray color. It was a rabbit or possum. The smell did not go along with the age of this. Whatever I caught the stench of, that wasn't it. I finished loading up the magazine, immediately stuck it in my gun, and held the boat open. That way, if I tripped, my gun wouldn't fire accidentally. For some reason, I kept fucking going. I'm nearly out of the woods. I can see the field. I'm going to go dead ahead. Then when it happened, this entire time, I've been walking alongside a creek. The creek to the left as you approach the field I was going to. As I got to turn in the creek, I heard a large splash in the water. I turned quickly, and what I seen I'll never forget. This thing was easily 8 or 9 feet, stood on 2 legs. Aside from the water splash, it was dead silent. It had very long arms and long legs. It was light brown in color, almost the color of a deer. Update. This to say, I think I was thinking about it the other day. I think it was a much lighter brown than a deer. It still had a brownish look to it, but not that dark. Maybe it was actually grayer, lighter than a deer, making it look like a light shade of brown. But it looked like skin, not fur. Perhaps the funkiest thing about it was its size. It looked extremely malnourished, very skinny and tight skin across its entire body. Imagine taking a fully grown man that only weighs 120 pounds and stretching him out to be 9 feet tall, but he stands the same width and doesn't get skinnier as you stretch it out. It had somewhat of an odd walk too, but this could have been caused by the mud near the creek bed. It never faced me, so I did not get a chance to see its front. It just kept walking and never turned around. This scared the absolute shit out of me. I was 99% sure I knew what this thing was. I tried to close the bolt on my gun to chamber around just in case this thing turned around to fight. I had no intention of shooting this thing unless it gave a sign it was going to attack. If it was what I hunk it was, the gun wouldn't have done anything but piss it off anyway. When I tried to chamber around, the magazine would not let go of the round. The force of the bolt closing would break your finger if you went to close it in on your finger. I had been loading and unloading the magazine the day before to help loosen the spring to make it easier to load in the future. I could take the rounds out with my hand, but when I come across the fucking thing, somehow it decides it wants to keep the fucking bullet. By now, the thing is gone, and I'm basically sitting there with my dick in my hand. That magazine never worked right again. I kept it for a few more days, but had it sent back because it was tearing up my ammo. I would hold on to bullets so tight, the bolt tried to close and just scratched a gauge so deep in the casing, powder was almost leaking out. After it walked off, I realized if I had shot, I would have deafened myself. It caught me so off guard that I almost fired a 5.56 round in a heavily wooded area without ear protection. I had brought some with me, but didn't have it on. Now to answer some questions. What was it? To be honest, I have no fucking clue what it actually was. Me and a friend who knows more about this stuff than I do did some looking around and have narrowed it down. Skinwalker, goat man, or what I'm afraid it is, a Wendigo. If you want a very good idea of what it looked like, look up the Wendigo from the game Until Dawn. Aside from the color, it is exactly what I saw. And before anyone thinks I'm just describing the one from the game, I didn't even know about that game until I had my encounter. When I seen the gameplay, it actually made me very uncomfortable because of how much it resembled what I saw. Everything I seen matched a Wendigo perfectly. Stench of death, mangled animals, scare and intimidate humans, long arms, malnourished, tight skin. Most are gray, but I've heard about brown ones. Except one thing, its behavior. They're supposed to be hyper-aggressive and basically kill anything they see and drag it off and eat it alive. So why didn't it get me? It had ample opportunity, but never did. Why did it walk off and turn its back toward me? I've not told my family, mainly because I do not think that they will believe me. They will think I'm crazy. I think my dad could have possibly seen it, or someone else at one point too. Before I seen it, out of nowhere, he started burning sage around the house, saying that he liked the smell, even though he has never said he liked it before and has never burned in here before. Now for some info about the land. In case anyone didn't know, the Wendigo is a Native American legend. They are human who resorted to cannibalism, and a Wendigo spirit took them over after they ate and turned them into this monster. I live in Kentucky. There were and still are Native Americans here. I find a flint every year on my family's land, the same land I seen it on, and on occasion an arrowhead. They were definitely on my family's land. My mom has a lot of Native American blood in her, so that means I have some too. And now for the most important part of this story. Me and a friend, who I've told this story, just realized 2 weeks ago. There is a trail of tears, slightly less than 5 miles away. I just checked, it's actually just over 2 miles away. From my doorstep, it is entirely possible that this thing could have came from that. If anyone has any questions, feel free to ask. I'll answer best I can. Also, if anyone has any info that could help me determine what it was for sure or how to tell if it's still around, I'd appreciate it. It's been almost a year and haven't seen it again. So one night I wake up around 2:50 and I hear rigorous typing coming from across the room where my computer keyboard is. They are really pounding on it, loud enough to wake me, and they're going at it sporadically in a way that keeps making me think it's ended. But it resumes at an intermittent interval. Like whoever is pounding on my keyboard is doing it with some intent or purpose. So I lean forward to take a look to see who snuck into my room, thinking it's my brother. I thought I'd see the light of a monitor showing them clear as day, but the monitor is off, and the little bit of light left in the room isn't enough to reveal anything. I call out, "Is someone in my room?" The typing stops a moment, then carries on like usual, no answer. The pause made me think my brother was trying to hide their presence, but then I realized my brother is away. I'm in the house alone. My brain went into overdrive. An animal snuck in? I have no pets. A break and entry? Why would they be typing in the dark? So a ghost? After a life of disbelief, this hit me in the face like a ton of bricks. I've seen plenty of explanations for all sort of ghost phenomenon, but this was beyond the pale. Loud, clear, intentional, and unexplainable. I jumped out of bed and just ran for the door. I hesitated a moment, thinking whether I should flip the lights, but instead I stepped into the hallway. Glancing at the other rooms, everyone else was definitely out tonight, and nothing else looked out of place. After a quick stop in the bathroom so I didn't piss myself, I head back to my room. I reach in to flip the light switch before I head into the now lit room. I listen and the typing is still going. Pushing open the door slowly, I see nothing. I look towards the keyboard, and even as typing keeps going, I see nothing in my computer chair but the pair of headphones I left there. Nothing had moved. My keyboard was even in the same awkward position I always left it in after resting on my lap. I step right up to take a look at the keyboard. There are no keys moving, but the noises keep going. Listening closer, I notice the sound isn't coming from my keyboard, but just past it, between the wall and my chair. There lies two plastic pastry containers randomly vibrating against each other. The wall and chair bang together to make a sound that uncannily like the sound of someone banging on a keyboard. I picked my headphones up to take a closer look, and it stops. I'd left some ambient VGM playing that I was planning on listening to while I fell asleep, so the music was resonating with my chair in such a way that rattled some boxes next to it. I put my headphones back down, and the boxes gave one last rattle before stopping for good. I'd never guessed it. It if the evidence wasn't staring me in the face. Flipping on my monitor, I looked to see what song had been playing, but it just changed and the playlist was on shuffle. My best guess is Transistor OST, Vanishing Point, since it's the only thing on an ambient list that has the punchiest to shake a chair. Finally looking at the clock, I saw it was 2:55 a.m. I had work in the morning and the playlist did its original job, helping me get back to sleep after my spooking. So I've actually had two family members experience the hag. The first was my great-aunt who passed away from melanoma a few years ago. This isn't a sleep paralysis story, but I'm getting there. My great-uncle found her standing in the middle of the living room, and she refused to walk past a certain spot to get to the washroom. She was terrified because she said there was an old hag standing beside the armchair, and she didn't want to get any closer. My great-uncle couldn't see it, but she was adamant. She kept saying that the hag wanted her to come with her. She kept beckoning her. She described her as an old witch with no face. This happened only a few months before my great-aunt passed away. Now I have a great-uncle on the other side of the family who was very interested to hear this story. He said that he had seen an old hag multiple times as well, and this time it was actually sleep paralysis. There were multiple times throughout the years where he would wake up with sleep paralysis and see the witch standing in his bedroom or hovering over him. I don't know if he said whether or not she had a face, but he did say she had black wispy rags of cloth for clothing. He said that he had seen her so many times that he started trying to shout, "Who are you? And what do you want?" But she never responded. Then one night he had a girlfriend staying over. He was asleep, and she had gotten up to go to the washroom. When she came back, she started screaming and woke him. She said that she had seen an old hag hovering over him, and she disappeared when she screamed. After this happened, he started doing research and learned that other people experienced this as well. It's easy to explain this away as a simple hallucination, which is common with sleep paralysis. What is harder to explain is why so many people have the same hallucination, and why his girlfriend saw this hag when she was fully awake and lucid. When I was 15, I was having frequent sleep paralysis episodes nearly every night for a year. I finally decided to tell my doctor, and she referred to me to a sleep specialist. They glued and taped many wires onto my head and chest for a device, and had to sleep in a room with a camera watching me. The camera was to observe any bodily movements, and the device told them when I was dreaming, experiencing sleep paralysis, breathing, and so on. My mom decided to sleep in a recliner in the same room as me for every study. The nurses were recording all the information while the doctor would be gone for the next week. I remember waking up during one study and I couldn't move while someone with a deep, soothing voice was talking to me. I look over to the side of my bed and it's a doctor. He's been very gentle and he's making small talk while I struggle to get my movement back. He's wearing glasses and he has a surgical mask on. I remember he put his hand under my shirt and my chest and told me, "It's okay. I know you can't move, just relax." This goes on for about a minute, which is longer than my normal episodes, so I decide I'm at his mercy and need my movement back ASAP. I close my eyes to go to sleep so I can wake up. I woke up to the nurse turning the light on in the room and asking if I want anything to eat. I ignored her question and asked if there was a doctor that came into my room. She said he still will not be there for a while, and that I was not dreaming, having paralysis or anything that time I slept, telling me that it was a normal sleep cycle. To this day, I wonder what the hell happened. Hat Man. had an experience with who I believe was the Hat Man at age 16. I was in a really tough place in my life, living in my very Christian grandmother's house, who's also a fifth-gen medium and a licensed hypnotherapist. While I've been gifted some abilities of my own, I don't hone in on them or utilize them as I should. I woke up in the middle of the night and opened my eyes and saw a man wearing some very nice dress shoes and slacks with a long trench coat next to my bed. I didn't bother to look up at him more than what I had just opened my eyes to. Scared the shit out of me, so I closed my eyes and I rolled onto my back rather than on my side. I felt the bed sink in as he basically straddled me. I was so scared I just kept my eyes closed. Then he put his hands on my shoulders and started trying to shake me. I opened my eyes and it was just red glowing eyes staring at me with the black hat and no distinctive facial features. It was more like a black mist sort of. I don't know what to do. I entered fight or flight and separated my spirit from my body while he was holding me down, and I punched him in the face. Needless to say, I took care of it. There's a high-pitched ringing, and everything went blue and black in my vision, and I popped up from my bed. I never saw him again to this day. I actually had no idea until today that this was a universal thing, and I'm not the only one who's experienced him. So I came to Reddit to see if other people's stories after seeing a meme about him. If you've had any experiences similar, I would love to hear about it. I had a strange story. That story happened in December 2022. I live in a rented apartment with my fiance. The building was built in 2003. So it's not old communism building vibe. Finally, I'm from Poland and always lived in older apartments. I was chilling on my chair, playing some racing games. My fiance was in work that time. That I heard a knock on the door. About 10 knocks. If I had to be real, not in game, nothing else in the apartment, the main entrance door. I wasn't waiting for anybody. It was about 10 p.m. So I went to the door, but nothing seemed from viewfinder. Normally I would just go back to my business, but this time, still don't know why, I opened the door. And now all the shit started. Staircase have a shape that I will see if anyone is here. It's a 4-level building, and you can hear anything from a part of the staircase. No other sound like steps or closing other doors. And the smell, normally, you can smell the stone with cleaning products. All neighbors is maximum 50 years old, but I'm sure to this day that on this day, it smelled like an old person. You know this smell. And it was so strong, like someone is nearby me. I felt weird and hid back to my apartment, closing the locks as soon as possible. I wasn't scared. As I said, I had some other stories. But I had a really weird feeling. To this story, I can add sometimes at night when I go to work at 3 a.m. In the elevator, you can hear a sound like someone is running down the stairs. Only at night. Sometimes when I go down to my garage in my car, I have problems with starting it. It ignites, but with struggle. Again, only when I'm alone. And not always. It's a 27-year-old Corolla, but in perfect shape. And even starting it outside at 10 a.m. never has a problem. My fiance didn't notice any of this, but in the past, she had some other stories in her old apartment. Not sure if this counts as paranormal activity, but it creeped me and my roommates out. So my roommate and I lived in a 2-bedroom apartment with a shared living space. I had just laid down to bed to go to sleep for the night, and my roommate was still up in the living room doing schoolwork. It was almost midnight. As I'm laying there on my phone, I get a call from a number I don't recognize. I answer it, expecting a telemarketer. Hello? A kind of high-pitched man's voice answers. Hey, is this... insert my name. I should have hung up at this point. Yes. Who is this? It's Derek. Remember from high school? I was wondering if you wanted to talk. It's been forever. I went to an extremely small rural high school with less than 100 people, and there was no one in my graduating class, or any class, named Derek. I said, I don't know who you are. And as I'm hanging up, I hear him say, wait, my name, wait. But I hung up anyway. The fact that this person knew my name is really weird, because not to brag, but my name is really unique, and I'm definitely the only person in my home county with that name. I went out into the living room to tell my roommate about it. As I'm telling her, she pulls up her phone and asks, was it this number? She got a call from that same number at the same minute I did. She didn't answer the call, and they left a voicemail. We listened to it, and it kind of sounded like someone breathing maybe, or just moving, and then distantly, at the end, it sounded like a group of people yelling or screaming, but it was distant. My roommate and I did go to the same high school, but we've changed numbers since we graduated, and there shouldn't be anyone but close friends, maybe 1 to 6 people, who would have both of our numbers. The area code was in our home state, but it was really far away from our hometown, and we didn't know anyone there. Maybe I'm paranoid, but it really wigged us out. I was an actor and live audio engineer for a real game called Prison Escape, based in the Netherlands. We organize our event in a real prison, currently the Boschpoort prison in Breda. Before we used to do it in the Noordsingel prison in Rotterdam. One evening after the last game of the day, while the other players were heading up to the chapel for drinks, I go into the cell block alone to unplug the audio systems and clean up a little bit. While reaching down to pick up a roll of toilet paper someone threw during the game, I notice someone zip into one of the cells in the corner of my vision. I presume it's a player who missed the game over sequence. I've seen it happen before. So I yell, "Hey, the game's already over." No reply. So I yell again. No reply. I sigh aloud and make my way to the cell. Probably a player who's so immersed in the experience and is still trying to hide. I've seen that before too. "Hey, the game's already I reach the entrance of the cell mid-sentence. The cell is completely empty. A chill goes down my spine. Goosebumps run across my skin and the hairs on my neck stand up as if pulled by a magnet. You know the vertigo shot in movies, where the camera moves backwards while zooming in? I could swear that happened. I said, "Fuck this," aloud in a weak attempt to stay brave. As soon as the legs let me, I back up away from the door and quickly make my way to the Panopticon, the middle area where the wings of the prison building come together, usually where the guards sit and keep an eye on the prisoners. With a quick pace, I head to the exit where the rest of the actors and players were. I've been doing Prison Escape for 3 years now, and I've never felt a pang of fear such as this. I told the crew I was tired and would be doing cleaning in the morning. Fuck prisons at night, fuck ghosts, fuck that shit. The one that really sticks with me was when I was in my early 20s or so. I was staying at a friend's house one night, and his room was kind of a weird shape. kind of like an attic with a steep-angled roof on one side, but fairly wide at the base. I was sleeping on the floor on the other side of the room from him and his girlfriend on their bed. I was facing the wall and somewhere in between being asleep but still aware of my surroundings. My best friend and I mess with each other all the time, so when I started feeling what felt like small wads of paper or something hit the back of my head and neck area, I didn't think much of it, and I told him to stop being an asshole. It kept going on for a bit, and I got pretty pissed off, and halfway rolled over to yell at him, and at that point, I saw a big dark shadow standing next to me, kind of leaning over, watching me. I immediately sat up, yelling out loud, "What the fuck?" and trying to scoot back towards the wall as quickly as possible. The noise made my friend wake up asking what the fuck was going on, and I asked him if he had been fucking with me and telling him I was completely serious. Turns out he was asleep and had no idea what I was talking about. The next day or so, he told me about an experience he had in the same room. The way his bed was positioned, he was in front of a really small closet area and had a mirror propped up against the wall. One night he had woken up to the feeling of someone sitting in his bed and the blankets being pulled tight around his legs, and when he felt it and looked toward the mirror and he awoke, he saw a dark shadow figure sitting at the foot of his bed. Obviously freaked out, he looked back and it was gone. Likely to be a whole sleep paralysis thing, but it made so much more sense considering what happened to me, since he said he was able to move his upper body with no issue. The others, when I was little watching cartoons with my mom one morning. I heard a noise behind one of the dining room area, and when I looked back, I saw a grayish woman walking around. I immediately turned around, scared, and said something to my mom, but when she looked, there was nothing. In that same house, split up like an apartment, one downstairs and one upstairs with an outside entrance, we'd sometimes hear the sound of an old rocking chair upstairs. We had no access, as it was the neighbors, and they had nothing close to a rocking chair, and usually happened when they weren't even there. At that time, my mom and dad would get in bad fights, and they were usually when I was around, which happened to be when other weird noises such happened. My mom and I always joked it was an older lady that lived there at some point, and that did not appreciate that happening around a little kid. Another that didn't have anything to do with me, but my mom and brother were having a pretty intense argument, and there was a framed picture of my grandpa. He had passed away a pretty long time before this. It was one of those picture frames that leans back quite a bit. It had flipped forward and slammed face down with enough force it made them both stop immediately. So the funny thing about my night terrors is I can have them in a sort of half-sleep awake state. It's not quite sleepwalking, but my mind is reacting to the stimuli of the dream while my body has overcome the paralysis effect, because I am no longer in REM sleep. Sometimes that means I have one-sided conversations with people in my dreams while I'm talking to the air in real life. Sometimes that means I start wailing on a lamp because in my dream I was being attacked by a demon. The most vivid experience I had was so real to me after I woke up, as in I was having auditory and visual dream components overlaid atop my bedroom with my eyes wide open, that it took me a good half hour to come down from the fear-induced anxiety attack. Now, I'm not schizophrenic and don't suffer hallucinations at any other time, but coming out of that horrifying night terror and beating at my walls trying to keep back the evil was the scariest experience I've ever had. And even now, a part of me wonders if it really was a dream or if I was in danger of being possessed. I'm a pretty rational guy. Bonus mission. There's a bathroom in my workplace I use frequently. It's part of a remodeled old gym, whose second floor, which the bathroom is on, didn't exist prior to renovation. It's your standard 3-urinal, 3-stall washroom. It's pretty regular that I've been the only one at work, aside from security. When taking a pit stop on several occasions, I've witnessed the last stall's door slam open and close on its own. Upon investigation, looking under the stalls and in them, there was no one else in the bathroom. I've tried to explain this away by drafts or HVAC use, but this has happened in different seasons, with no drafts or AC in use. No doors being opened, and the vents completely closed. I also don't believe it's the building setting and shifting the angle of the door back and forth, because no other evidence of movement is felt, seen, or heard. No tiles shift, no floors buckle, none of the other stalls move. Just the one door slammed open, then closed. I had a somewhat similar experience. I was at an NFL game. My friend and I were looking for our gate to our seats. I see an old Asian lady. She's leaning up against a column and can't help but stare at her. I keep thinking to myself that she's the oldest looking woman I've ever seen in my life. She looks almost unbelievably old. It seemed unusual that she was at a football game for any reason at her age, and she was standing alone, which also seemed strange. She is on our path, and we are about to walk past her. We are pretty close to her now, so I stopped looking at her out of respect. I couldn't have been more than one step past her when I hear a huge thud right behind me. My friend and I turn around, and this lady fell down face first, no hands, flat on her face. No screaming, no motion, nothing, just a thud. Immediately, I felt obligated to react, being that I'm standing right next to this lady on the floor, but I can't. I'm frozen. I was like I felt her die. In my mind, there was no way she could live from the fall. Because we were in a stadium, it was only a couple seconds before someone rushed to help her, while I stood there, frozen. Once someone was attending to her, my friend and I walk away. I have no confirmation that she died, but I experienced it. Literally, the oldest human I have ever seen fell flat on the concrete with her hands to her sides, then laid there, motionless. I'm the biggest skeptic ever, but I felt somehow connected to this lady's death, as if I sensed it coming, then felt her pass. I've tried to look up any news stories to see if I could confirm her death or see a picture of her, but I never could. If anyone is curious, it was the Colts at the Broncos, 2004-2005-ish. The Colts killed us. This incident happened to my aunt and uncle, who are very straight-laced, wholesome Christian types. It was the mid-90s, and they had just been married. They were looking for their first place together, and were on a budget, as both had just gotten out of college. They found an apartment that was affordable, and made an appointment to check it out. When they arrived, they noticed the apartment building was adjacent to an old cemetery. The woman showed the place, mentioned that previous tenants had mentioned strange activities in the apartment. Drawers being opened, doors slamming shut, but overall the incidents were few and infrequent, if you believe in that sort of thing. They didn't think much of it, and they weren't the spooky type, being Christians and all, so they went ahead and got their first place. She said as soon as they got in the apartment, they noticed things being moved, drawers opening and closing, items gone missing, or moved. She said there were incidents almost daily, but that they just tried to ignore it. The third or fourth day, They were in their new place. My aunt had just showered and crawled into bed next to her hubby as he had showered before her. FYI, my uncle usually leaves the room when my aunt recounts the story, as it's creepy to him. So my aunt has just crawled into bed. My uncle was above the covers reading the paper. She was exhausted and closed her eyes to start relaxing before sleep. She says her husband then turns to her, not saying a word, and starts giggling and poking at her like a playful kid kind of thing, then starts grabbing her arms and legs, sort of play wrestling, if you will. "What are you doing?" she exclaims, to which he didn't reply. She also said he had an odd look on his face that she'd never seen, and it was just out of character. Then he rolled off the bed, manically giggling, and rolled onto the bed and started pushing up on the box spring from underneath. She described it as almost taunting. Then in a loud voice, she yells his name and asks again, "What are you doing?" She then hears my uncle's voice say, "What is it?" She hops up and finds her hubby in the living room, feet kicked up, reading the paper. They immediately packed a few things and went to a hotel. They never spent another night there, and they got out of the lease and only returned with family and friends to pack up. Years ago, when my now wife and I were going to grad school, we rented out a very old house in a downtown area. The house was craftsman and built in the 1910s. My wife is very superstitious, so I would always make jokes about the house being haunted, would joke about the attic cover in our kitchen area being locked, etc. Anyway, one night, my wife and I went to sleep on our normal sides of the bed. We had our distinctive sides of the bed, just like any other couple do, I think. To the point where, if either of us were laying on the wrong side of the bed, the other would ask, "Are we switching sides then?" We never switched sides unless it was discussed. When we woke up in the middle of the night, we went back to our same sides, yada yada. Well, that next morning, I woke up earlier than my wife, and to my surprise, I was on the wrong side of the bed. I was confused, so I tried to logic it out. Maybe she woke up in the middle of the night and had told me to scoot over. Maybe we both went to sleep on the wrong side, and I didn't notice. Maybe I'm confused and this is my side of the bed after all. I wrote it off as nothing and tried to go back to sleep. Then my wife woke up and I heard her mutter something. I sat up, asked her to repeat what she had said. She then said something along the lines of, "How did I get on this side of the bed?" I literally got the chills and my hair started standing up on my neck and my arms right there. We both freaked out and tried to come up with some explanation. Maybe she sleepwalks and pushed me over to the other side. None of us have a history of sleepwalking. Maybe one of us rolled over the other. Unlikely, as the other person would be likely wake up and go, "What the fuck?" Maybe one of us woke up to go to the bathroom and got back in bed on the other side and pushed the other one over. Also unlikely, because at least one of us should have remembered that. Kicker, I was doing a sleeping experiment for a class where I monitored the amount of movement and turns I have during a night. I had a pedometer, a step counter, attached to my hip while sleeping. This was already night 4 or 5. Every night showed between 20 and 40 steps that I suppose translate to turning over. Well, I remembered I was wearing it, and I was excited to get some further info on the matter. The counter read 0. 0 as in no movement. Note that there is a reset button, but it is very hard to press, especially by my sheets, mattresses, flat waist. Cue hair standing up again. To this day, I'm kind of convinced we were abducted by aliens, and when they came back to put us back into bed, they forgot the orientation and just said, "Fuck it, they won't notice, and let's reset this thing for good measure." Over 2,000 steps. Past his target? No doubt. Well, we noticed. this isn't really paranormal, but a few years ago, in my undergrad, I was walking home from class when I started feeling really sick. I have anxiety, and all of a sudden my nerves shot up to a 10. I feel like I was about to puke and I was shaky. I went and sat on a bench in this strip mall on campus where they basically have a lot of stores and restaurants. After a while, the nausea went away and I just felt really, really tired. It was midterm season and I thought I was just exhausted, so I went inside this coffee shop to get coffee. While in line, I felt so sick again. By the time I paid for my coffee, my anxiety was through the roof. I seriously thought maybe they'd messed up my meds or something. I walked home, put the coffee in the fridge, and lay down in bed where I couldn't sleep at all. After half an hour of staring at the ceiling, I get this huge urge to call my dad. My dad is an amazing guy, but when it comes to mental illness, he sees it as a kind of creepy or weird, so I never talk to him about my anxiety. So I push away the feeling and figure it must be just that I'm desperate for someone to tell me everything's fine. And friggin' relax. His usual response when I'm anxious. Another hour or so goes by. I get a message on Facebook from my brother, and I'm so shaken. He tells me there was a gas leak at the factory where my dad works. The entire neighborhood had to evacuate, and 2 people died. Later, it came out that the police suspected it was a suicide by the mechanic, and unfortunately, he took a security guard out with him. Here's the thing. My dad is also a security guard. There are usually 2 of them on duty, but halfway through driving to work, my dad realized he forgot his lunch and his access card, so he had to drive back home to get it. As he was getting ready to drive back, again his supervisor called him and told him not to go into work. There was a major gas leak. The rest of the night I felt totally fine. I don't know what that was, but it creeps me out to this day. Since then, I've told myself, no matter how weird it seems, I need to tell people when I feel like this. I told my dad about this year later, and he basically just said, "Wow, thanks for not calling to warn me." But he's still really sad about his friend that he lost, so he doesn't like to talk about it much. A man tried to sneak into the park by running along the monorail track. A janitor had to hose him off the nose of the monorail train. On the ship that cruises in the rivers of America, the water separating Tom Sawyer's Island, a cable snapped loose and hit a woman in the face, killing her. In Tomorrowland, what's now known as the Intervention Center, used to be called something else, I forget what. But it was a stage show in a rotating room with signing animatronics, some of which ended up in Splash Mountain. A female employee with long hair was leaning against the back wall of the spinning room watching the show, and her hair got caught in the room, spun slowly, pulled her head towards the gear, ripping her scalp off. 2 boys, a teenager and his younger brother, had hit on Tom Sawyer's Island, which closes before the rest of the park. After they get bored of running around the island themselves, they realize they are trapped and decide to try to swim across the rivers of America to get back to the main park. By then, it's dark, and when someone finally notices that someone's in the water, an older boy had already drowned, and the younger brother was flailing and crying, trying to swim. After I heard this story, before I worked there, I also tried to hide on the island to see if I could stay behind after hours. If you're familiar with the island, there are fun little tunnels you can crawl through, some just dead end, and it was one of those dead end tunnels that me and my sister decided to try to hide in. We huddled together in this small tunnel in the very back, maybe 3 minutes or so before we heard a voice that said, "It's closing. Time to leave." We freaked the fuck out. and crawled out of the tunnel so fast. But later, we're telling the story to my mom on the raft of the main park, and the employee steering it laughs and tells us there's a camera and speaker in the tunnel, specifically because that's where people like to hide during closing. And the voice we heard was probably the technician watching us on camera on the island's PA system. I too worked for the mouse, and I've had spooky experiences. I was a vendor. There is a legend about the food cart that sat across from Thunder Mountain train ride. The food cart sits right next to the banquet area, and behind the cart is an old building that is used for banquet storage and has an ice machine. That storage building has a light right above the door, and legend has it that an old man employee had a heart attack while in the storage building, and it was assumed that he had just left, abandoning his shift, not even bothering to clock out. The legend continues that he was found as the park was closing because the light above the door was flickering and maintenance went to check and replace the bulb, seeing his dead body. Furthermore, people have said that the light will occasionally flicker, and if you enter the storage room when it does, you'll hear him gasping and calling for help. One night, I was working at the food court and always kept an eye on the light. I caught it flickering and was like, oh yeah, ghost time, and went inside. It was dead quiet, and I just stood there for a bit. Eventually, guests started coming up to the food cart, so I opened the door to leave, and I heard clear as day, "Wait," in a raspy voice that seemed awfully close to my ear. Freaked me out, and I felt the hair on my arm stand up, and the guests in my cart even asked if I was okay because I really looked pale. But my favorite spooky experience was during a special screening of the first Pirates of the Caribbean movie. Lots of famous people were there. They parked cars and limos in the park by its small world and set up a huge screen on the water separating Tom Sawyer's Island. They had bought stadium seating in New Orleans so a bunch of famous people and VIPs could watch the movie. Mind you, this whole area of the park was blocked off for this. Me and a few other Mouse employees really wanted to see this movie, and now is our chance. To see it before it was even released in theaters, we snuck our way to some dining tables next to it and a bit behind the stadium seating. We were eventually caught and told to leave. As we were leaving, though, I noticed a window in the top of the saloon building that looked over the stadium seating, so we decided to try and watch through that window. There is a shared hallway for the saloon and a food court in the non-blocked off area, so that's how we got access. Once in the saloon, we climbed the stairs and it led to the hallway. In this hallway, there were 2 bathrooms, one for each gender, and an office. I was leading the way looking for this window, so I opened the office door, which was unlocked for some reason, and immediately noticed there's no window. I also noticed a big safe, and in the lock for the safe was a key, which was one of my many keys in a big round key ring. The spooky part was that on the other keys, and the key rings weren't just dangling there like you'd expect. They were dangling upwards, if that makes sense. Like there was no gravity. As soon as I noticed, the key ring dropped and started dangling normally as the safe key was still in the lock. I asked my friends if they had seen that. They said no, but they could see the key ring still swinging a bit. We backed out of the room and went into the bathroom, finding the window, and watched the rest of the movie. I've heard countless other spooky experiences, but these are the 2 I personally experienced. There's an excellent reference. I didn't think of that. Yes, it was very similar to the humanoids in the Numra freaky shit. A few years ago, when I was still in high school, I often spent the majority of my vacations hunting with my father. My grandmother, who lives just down the road from us, owned the 280-odd acre of land we hunted whitetail on. Most of this land included nearly half a mountain, which led to the development of an unfathomable web of logging roads and skidder trails. It was the peak of winter, and roughly 2 feet of snow sat on the ground. During this time, hunting tactics switched from stalking to sitting, as moving around in the thick, wet snow was an idiot's idea of fun. There are many valleys where we hunt, as the ridges of the mountains would branch out into haphazard weave of wrinkles in the land. So my father sat on one ridge while I sat at another, allowing us to effectively watch 3 valleys at one time. If you'd ever had the opportunity to sit in the woods as the day headed into dusk, watching and waiting in peaceful silence for movements that may or may not occur, you were fortunate. However, a string of extremely unexpected and eerie events happened that day. First, we heard what sounded like a stampede in the center valley, high above where we were sitting. It was very steep, so we both were joking back and forth over our radios that there was an avalanche. It had rained slightly the day before, so the snow had a crunchy layer on top, just as thin as printing paper. But it was just enough that you could hear it being punctured by hooves. What we saw next was simply surprising, but not yet eerie. What must have been a dozen deer came crashing down through the height of the valley, and they were on a tear. Both of us could tell that something was amiss, and the amount of effort they were putting into the run through the deep snow. I radioed my dad. "What the hell are they running from?" "Not sure," he said. "Possibly coyotes. Keep an eye out toward the top of the valley on your left." So I did. Sure enough, a group of coyotes came crashing after the deer, and the last puzzle piece fell into place. However, I couldn't help but think that they weren't in pursuit of the deer. It looked as if they were fleeing. "Hey, top dead center of the middle valley, what the hell is that?" my dad asked. I took the binoculars out of my pack and put them on their highest power. Earlier that year, I remember hearing something about the fucked up crimes based on that whole Slender Man craze. Something about kids killing their friend in the woods as a sacrifice. But in that moment, I thought I saw a handful of things that looked like the description. There were at least 3 of these things, all easily over 10 feet tall, all slinking through the snow slowly and methodically. Have you ever seen the scene in the beginning of Dark Souls 3, where the Abyss Watchers slowly acknowledge that they're being watched and rise in place as if to match your stare? That's exactly what happened here. It felt as if I knew I was watching them. They raced down the valley in between my father and I. I didn't feel threatened by them at all. In fact, I almost felt like they were on the mountain for the same purpose. Nevertheless, I told my dad that it was going to be dark in 2 hours, and our asses had better get off this mountain and into our house well before our headlamps needed to be on. Needless to say, he agreed. We didn't really know what to say to each other about it on the way back. It was almost as if we had simply encountered another group of hunters that day. Nothing felt paranormal. However, when we made it off the mountain into my grandmother's house, we looked back on where we had been, and it had felt dangerous. As I was getting the wood in for my grandma, I heard my dad talking about it with her. "You saw them again, didn't you?" "They'll never disappear, you know. It's just as much of our mountain as it is theirs." He nodded, clearly in a daze. I never knew what she meant by that, and I've never made the effort to ask. Perhaps we share the mountain with more than they. Maybe that's why I haven't asked. I may not like the answer. The following happened in my home and involved both my sister and myself when we were young. It was nighttime, around 9 or 10 o'clock. We lived in upstate New York, toward the mountains, so it was very quiet and isolated. To lay out in ground zero for you, picture a dead-end hallway, 20 feet long, with 3 rooms leading off from it. 2 smaller ones on the left, 1 large one on the right. My sister, who occupied the larger room, was just getting into bed. She had just called for my dad to come say goodnight when the air turned freakishly cold, the kind that stings at your eyes and makes you cough when you breathe in. The kind necessary for turning soap bubbles into glassy orbs in the dead of winter. I remember watching from my bed as it emerged from the upper hallway, creeping horizontally on the wall. It was facing into my sister's room, its back to me, slowly coming into her view as a ghostly white arm dragged along the side of the wall, as if gravity had shifted sideways in the specific area. I remember shouting for my sister, which alarmed her enough to shriek for my parents. Whatever it was heard me and twisted its head around nearly 180 degrees to stare into my soul. It had these huge, hollow, and bottomless black eyes and a mouth, which was twisted into something akin to a carnival mask's creepy smile to match. If you've ever felt that something could kill you with a stare, this was it. As soon as my father rushed the hallway, it vanished from sight. However, the presence did not. My parents camped out in our rooms for hours, yet the sinister cold held fast. I have seen innumerous paranormal events living up in the mountains on a 7th-generation farm, but nothing I've ever been through can compete with what happened that night. There were 4 witnesses in all, 2 kids who saw it and 2 adults who felt it. There was no precursor to its visit other than roughly 3 seconds of cold, no other warnings, no other signs, no random freaky glitch in the matrix. Suddenly it was just there, and in all honesty, that's the most terrifying aspect of it all. After it supposedly left, the cold cleared on its own, and though the thermometers gave normal readings, it must have taken hours to feel like room temperature again. Maybe 3 or 4 years ago, I had a dream I was swimming in a pool, and some guy runs up to me and guts me with a knife. I'm freaking out, roping my insides back into my belly, and then I get out and run. The dream cuts to me running through a neighborhood, going through a door, holding my stomach and asking for help. No one is answering until one does. A man dressed in that stereotypical priest outfit with the white collar. He lets me in and specifically mentions taking me to my grandmother's house. The dream cuts to me at her house, recovering. Now, I'm used to night terrors. I get sleep paralysis more often than most people from what I've read. But the main difference here was this. The next day, that afternoon, my grandmother calls me and says that someone from a religious group called asking to speak to me. He even used my nickname, not my first name. Although she didn't say it outright, she knew this was odd. Because I'm not religious, and she's always asking me to go to church. Also, I don't visit her that often. I'm almost never in town, just holidays. People would never normally call her to get to me. She asked the guy if she could take a message, and all he said to her was, "Tell ghosts that everything will be all right." So naturally, she calls me to ask what's wrong and relays the message. I'm freaking out. I try to get her to remember what organization he claimed to be part of, but she couldn't remember and didn't write it down. I aimlessly Google scenarios like this, religious groups, but ultimately I find nothing. This was during a bad time for me when I had just graduated college, but was in my first relationship and it was tanking hard. Life was shitty, job was shitty, and I generally felt terrible. Even though I still don't consider myself religious, I have no way to refute what happened, and it scares me because I've had other intense religious-themed dreams before, and more so as a child and high schooler. Rationally, being gay, I figured those things were my stressors, pre-coming out and all that it was. But this, yeah, I don't know. This one reached into reality. Oh, and within 6 months I broke up, got a different job, and life got on a better track. So I was 18 at the time and living alone in the old house my grandfather grew up in. This house used to be an old country schoolhouse built in the early 1800s that was added onto over time until it resembled a house. This house didn't have a conventional floor plan as one would expect. There is only one door to enter or exit the house, which is between the garage and the kitchen. The house was shaped like a long L, with the bedroom I was sleeping in at the far end of the house, with the only entrance at the opposite end. All of the windows had steel bars on them, for safety reasons, of course. The older generations of my grandfather's maternal family used to be very involved in some dark witchcraft of sorts. Examples like praying to their power of their death of people they hated, demonic rituals, etc. This house has been notorious throughout my family for odd occurrences. The cliche Ouija board returning no matter what. Random spots throughout the house that you smell death and chills to your soul. Voices, footsteps. You know, your typical haunted house no one in their right mind should be anywhere near. Unless you're a broke college kid, that is. Well, at this time, the strange occurrences were increasing in frequency and severity. At this point, I was locked up in my bedroom after putting up fresh holy water on the door. I'm an atheist, but fuck it, that kept that shit at bay. This thing had taken up scratching all over the door and wall, all hours of the night, but never crossed the threshold. Well, this particular night, I had just fallen asleep. The house was actually quiet for once. Well, things weren't quiet for long. I awoke to a blood-curdling scream and what sounded like someone with a sledgehammer to the pipes in all of the walls. I bolted as fast as I could out of bed and through the house, jumping over sofas and tables along the way. As I turn the corner in the kitchen, I hear this deep, guttural growl of a voice. "Where are you going?" Full fucking panic mode. I flew out of the door as someone swiped along the backside of my neck. Once I got away from the house, I called my grandfather to come pick me up. When I got to his house, the rest of my family discovered I had 3 large claw marks on the backside of my neck and right shoulder. To this day, I still can't fully explain what happened in that house, but I haven't set foot back in it. Yours is even crazier than mine. So this takes place in Michigan. I'm hanging out with my cousin playing video games at around 2 a.m. in the morning when his sister's boyfriend calls, saying he's just got a ticket for seeing outside of a bar and is a sex offender now or something and needs us to give him a ride. Whenever we're young and still awake, so we go to pick him up and drop him off at home, a bit past an hour and a half south of Holland. We're now heading back north of Holland. After we drop him off, about 30 minutes into the drive, with about an hour and a half left, when suddenly the radio goes to static, and this super thick mist appears and covers up everything, and we feel the car bank down, and to the left, almost like a roller coaster, when almost as quick as it came, the fog which we both could only describe as an electric-looking mist. It was really weird. I only call it fog, because that's the closest thing we could compare it to. Well, it dissipates and we're back on the road. And the radio and all the car's electronics, such as the dashboard and whatever, came back on. And we both look at each other and start joking that we had driven into the mist as we had just watched the Stephen King movie the night before. After we're done laughing, we become shook as we pass a mile sign and my cousin starts freaking the hell out. And then we notice that the time on the clock is an hour later than what it had been before we drove into the mist. And we realize that we're now just about to enter Detroit, around 180 miles from Holland, I believe. Needless to say, we're shook, as even if we hadn't lost that time, there's absolutely no possible way we could have made it in from where we were to Detroit in an hour. Just absolutely impossible, as it would have taken us an hour to get back to Holland. And then we started wondering about where the hell we were. That missing for an hour, we abducted by aliens? Did we enter a rift in time? A small black hole? Honestly, thinking about it gives me goosebumps. Well, we decided never to tell anyone, but here I am telling people on the internet. have a few, all revolving around the house I still live in. It's the family home. I think it's about 80 or 100 years old, but not exactly sure. I mean, just by looking at the carpet, you know it's old. 1. This is more of a feels one. In our lounge room, we have a huge brick fireplace built into the exposed brick wall of the room. Whole house is double brick, and on each side of the fireplace are 2 long windows, like 5-foot windows that only about a foot wide. This is important, I swear. My great-grandpa was sick and dying, but we lived about 4 hours away at the time, and my parents didn't want to pack up 3 kids under the age of 10 at 8 p.m. at night and drive down. So we were told he was going to pass and did a phone call to say goodbye. As kids, we don't really understand. A few days go by and I walk into the lounge room and my baby sister is standing there, staring at the window on the left side of the fireplace. These windows face a bit of the backyard, then the huge color bond fence we have. So as short little kids, we couldn't exactly see much other than the fence. She wasn't moving at all and was just staring at the window. I moved to touch her and noticed sitting in front of her was our big Ridgeback, with his ears on alert, and he was also not moving, staring at that window. I was freaked the hell out and was worried something was wrong, so I go and get Mom. She thinks I'm being a shithead kid, but I will not leave her alone, tugging on her arm and stuff, and eventually she moves and goes into the lounge. So she sees baby sis just standing there and says her name. Baby sis doesn't move or respond for what seems like forever, but finally slowly turns around to look at my mother and I. Mom asked what was going on. Baby sis says, Pop was in the window. He wanted to let you know he said goodbye. Mom goes white and rushes off to call the family. Dog still isn't moving. I can't see anything in the window. Baby sis seems fine. Then they hear crying from the kitchen. Pop had passed out about 20 minutes beforehand. Eventually, after about an hour, our big boy doggo relaxes and falls asleep, as near to the window as he could. He stayed there for a while. Baby sister remembers it to this day. We've talked about it. She said he was standing there on the other side of the glass and waved at her just before he went away. 2. This is where it gets creepy. As I started to get older, I think 17, I started noticing more black shapes around the house. It's got long hallways, a laundry room. Everyone hates because they feel watched. Plus, we live in the country, so it's dark all the time. No street lights or noise from people around. So if a light switch is off, all you can see is darkness. So it's late one night, and I walk up the hallway from the lounge to the kitchen. The kitchen lights are off, and we have a sliding glass door on the dining side of the kitchen. It's a big house, and the lounge room also has a sliding door into the same area, so some light is splashing around the blinds in the lounge to light up the other side of the kitchen sliding door. I'm not really paying attention, and I turn into the archway of the kitchen and look up. I normally just move around in the dark because I'm lazy, shit, and I know this house. But as soon as I look up, I feel the urge to check the kitchen sliding door, just randomly. It has no blinds or anything, just all glass. So my eyes flick over the door, which I never look at because it's nighttime and I can't see shit out there. And standing on the inside of the door is this clown-looking thing. I remember it so well. It was taller than I was, but its clothes weren't colorful, more like gray, like it had all been drained, if that makes sense. Its face had some weird pigment, from what I could see. I only had a bit of light from the hallway and the lounge glass door. I'm standing there, dead fucking still, locking eyes with this thing. I don't know how to describe it other than roughly resembled a tall, bleak clown standing in the darkness. Now let me tell you that I'm not scared of clowns or ghosts or whatever. I like to believe seeing them is just part of us using our part of our brain that isn't understood. Some people have it, some don't. That's why it's hard for the people who don't to believe the people who do. So I'm not scared of them. I like to think that they are just in a different dimension, and some people can somewhat see through the veil that separates us. I'm very, you do the Mr. Ghost thing. But this thing, it fucking scared me. I couldn't move. I felt like I couldn't breathe. The air was just heavy, stagnant around this thing and I. I remember its eyes. They were just fixated on my face. It wasn't even moving or anything, but fuck me, I was scared. After what seemed like forever, I backed into the hallway and bolted to the lounge and told my dad I thought someone else was in the back area. We've had assholes jump around the fence and try to break in before. Normally the huge Rhodesian Ridgeback scares them off, but I swore I fucking saw something. Dad went out there, came back in, went to the kitchen, switching all the lights on as he went, and there was nothing. He chalked it up to me being dramatic. A few days pass, and I'm still uneasy as fuck. I saw it. It looked evil. Whatever. So I'm walking down the same hallway, talking shit before mentioned baby sister. She's walking backwards, facing me, and taunting me. Gotta love siblings. And all of a sudden I get slapped. I mean, full-on pimp slapped. So hard I fell into the wall of our hallway. Sister is standing there in horror, just looking at my face. It stings. She stutters out, "You have a handprint on your face." I'm confused and pissed off, thinking my punk-ass sister just fucking pimp smacked me upside the head. So I'm yelling at her about hitting me. Dad comes to break us up because I'm mad that she's now crying because she didn't do it. It happened. Says that handprint is twice the size of her hands. Dad is sick of our bullshit and grabs her hand and holds it just above my cheeks. After a moment, he drops her hand and looks confused. And then it was like something clicked in his eyes. He asked if I've seen anything lately, anything weird. Eyeing me off with a worried look, I explained the clown thing, and he just purses his lips before speaking in a low voice. "Sometimes it happens. Sometimes they get angry. Tell me if you see anything else," and wanders off to his room. What? It happens? So eventually I check my cheek. Looks like a handprint the size of my dad's. Later, Dad tells me he used to see crap as a kid. And since baby sis did, when she was young, he figured we might too one day. I still see black shapes. My dog will still randomly bark down the hallway or sit staring at God knows what for hours. Dad likes to joke that my old girl is chasing ghosts when she randomly goes ballistic in our kitchen. Still feel uneasy, and I still live in the same house, but I've never seen the clown again, or really understood why I got slapped. Was it mad? I got my dad? Or that I ran away? Or maybe just that it was seen? Who knows? Grandma was into the further stages of Alzheimer's. She had been dealing with it for over a decade, I believe, and essentially she was just a husk. What I mean here is that she didn't know anyone anymore, couldn't speak, and she would only eat when fed and sleep when put in bed. No acknowledgments or talks could be had. Well, this is the latest stage, and she had been like that for well over a year now, if not 2, and she could have passed away at any time in that stage. I went on holiday to Spain with friends. I think on the second to last night before going home, I had a dream about her. Note: I never dream vividly or about persons in my life that make any sense, so this dream was already odd. I was in her old house where family took care of her in the early stages of Alzheimer's. Later, she moved to a nursing home. She was crying and wincing about not being able to find the exit and generally wandering off and walking through every room in the house. I wanted to speak to her, but no response. So I just gave in and opened the back door, which we regularly used. She stopped crying, walked out, and kind of faded into nothingness. I woke up, weirded out by the dream and the fact I remembered it. Fast forward through the day, we spent a nice day. I didn't join one of the activities along with a friend, and we'd take a walk and sit down for a drink. Cue a call from my parents, and then I already knew. She had died that night, in her sleep. Chills were kind of rolling down my spine, as we were so far apart, and no communication about her situation was transferred. It was a very odd feeling, and statistically speaking, something like that can happen, but what are the odds of a dream that's specific and happened at that time? In the end, I kind of like it, that I or my brain released her in either from memory or the misery that became her life. I hope she's faring well wherever she is along with Grandpa. When I was 11, on a summer vacation, I was playing hide and seek, actually a different mode called police and thief, with my cousins at night. Me and another cousin were hiding at the limit of our land, crouched in a corridor of trees that used to make a fence between properties, but that other property was just covered in sand, seaside land. As we were there, far away from the house, watching them searching for us with their flashlights, we smelled something rotten, like a dead animal, stinking really, really bad. Not more than a minute there, I looked right, and in a 2-meter distance from me, and less than a meter from the ground, a very bright, blindingly white light crossed my vision. It was the whitest thing I'd ever seen, without shades at all, and it wasn't hard to contrast with the darkness. It looked like a hanged white long dress or a piece of cloth. I was paralyzed. It's curious to think I didn't scream or run, like an expected reaction. I just froze. I was crouched, so the first thing I saw at the bottom of this dress, slowly moving, my head up to see the rest of it. When I was almost reaching what would be the head, I closed my eyes. Without even noticing, I stepped back in shock and grabbed my cousin's hand. I just realized what I was doing when he said, "What the fuck, bro, you grabbing me?" Apparently he didn't see anything. And when I opened my eyes, it was gone. The next day we went there during the day. Nothing special, but we just found the cause of what was stinking. We were hiding very close next to a dead dog. Still don't know what I saw that night. As the woman drove down the deserted highway, she noticed a lone pair of headlights quickly approaching her from behind. When the car came closer, she noticed that it was going to overtake her. The car drew up beside her, but then the driver suddenly swerved back behind her car. She started getting nervous and kept an eye on the strange car in her rearview mirror. He pulled up dangerously close to her bumper and began flashing his high beams at her. The headlights dimmed for a moment, but then the high beams flashed again, and the car behind her surged forward. The car followed very closely, and on tight curves or over hills, he would flash up his high beams on and off. The frightened woman struggled to keep her eyes on the road and fought the urge to keep looking at the car behind her. Finally, she approached her exit, but the car continued to follow, flashing the high beams again and again. The terrified woman took out her mobile phone and dialed 911. When the operator answered, the woman screamed into the phone, "A car is following me. He keeps tailgating and blinking his lights at me." The woman gave her address. In a few minutes, she saw the red and blue lights of the police car in the distance. She breathed a sigh of relief as she pulled into her driveway, but suddenly the strange car pulled into the driveway behind her and began blinking its lights on and off like a maniac. The police car screeched to a halt on the woman's front lawn, and the two police officers jumped out with their guns drawn. They pulled the man out of the strange car and forced him to lie face down on the lawn. Then they handcuffed him as he screamed, "There's someone in the car! There's someone in the car!" The two policemen suddenly pointed their guns at the woman's direction and fired. The woman screamed, but when she turned around, she saw the bloody corpse of a murderer fall out of her back seat. There was a large butcher knife still clasped in his cold, dead hand. The police searched her back seat and found duct tape, a blindfold, and a pair of handcuffs lying there. The woman realized that the man in the strange car had been trying to save her. When the police released him, he explained that as he pulled up behind her and his headlights lit up her back seat, he seen a man with a butcher knife rising up behind her. Just as the madman was about to stab her, he flashed his high beams and the figure crouched back down. "I flashed my high beams every time I saw him raise the knife," he said. One was an abandoned high school I visited multiple times, Lambertville, New Jersey High School. Every time I was there in the basement area of the building, I would hear what sounded like larger rocks being thrown against the walls and felt as if something had been following my friend and I. Another experience was a few years ago. My friend's work had a Reiki seminar, which I had zero knowledge about prior to any of this. After a little researching, I have read that if I'd done wrong, it can open up bad doorways or something. He continued to explain that during the seminar, the person who was having the Reiki performed on them randomly got up in the middle of it, walked outside, and started acting violent. Anyway, my friend one night tells me he's closing up at work, alone in the room where the seminar was held. As he's cleaning, he's whistling to himself when he hears whistling coming from the bathroom. Almost in response, he checks the bathroom, nothing. Flash forward a week or two, and my other friend and myself meet my friend at his work. We come armed with one of the SB model spirit boxes, cameras, laser thermometers, and voice recorders. Went through the various rooms and didn't get much of anything. However, when we went into the room where the seminar was held and where we heard the whistling, the air felt so thick and heavy. There was a giant sense of dread, and it was extremely uncomfortable. My friend who works there left the area as me and my other friend hung in the room. We walked to the back of the room by the bathrooms and started up the spirit box. In 15 to 20 minutes, it ran my name was said 3 times, my friend's twice. I took pictures of the doorway to the bathrooms. Mind you, the only lights in the room was the exit sign light. When I reviewed the picture the following day, it's as if something was in the doorway. I'll let you be the judge. For reference, the doorway went to the right, meaning if you walked more than 2 feet straight into the doorway, you would hit a wall, so you would enter and turn right into the room. There was nothing hanging on this wall, nothing obscuring the doorway. When I was around 8 years old, my family and I lived in this old house that always gave me the creeps. Especially this one room that was kept as our study. Every time I'd walk in or pass this room, I just felt yucky and had the most intense feeling that I was being watched by someone that hated me because I was in there. Anyways, fast forward a month, and my father decided that he's going to make a study room mine, as I was sharing a room with my younger brother. I begged him to give it to my younger brother instead. I was the eldest, so I should get to pick. It ended up being my room. First night in this room ended up being my last. This part I remember like it was literally yesterday. My dad came in and said goodnight and proceeded to turn off my bedroom light. As soon as he had left the room, I felt that intense foreboding feeling I had every other time I'd been in this room. Except this time, I was different. It was like I could feel a set of eyes on me. I pulled my blankets up over me as I was that scared. After about 30 seconds, the blankets started being pulled down, and left me staring into my room with no apparent reason or cause. I looked around quickly and then pulled the blankets back up over my head again. But if something started to pull off my blankets, then I'm out of here. No matter what my father says. I pulled the blankets back over my head, slowly whilst looking around the room for anything that could be doing this to me. After another 30 seconds, my blankets began to be pulled off of me. This time, I booked it out of my room so fast it was unreal. By this stage, I was in tears of fear, and my dad couldn't console or convince me to go back into that room. This is all 100% true, and I remember it like it was a week ago, when in fact it was well over 20 years ago. Also, my brother and I had reoccurring night terrors in this house. Someone broke into the house, and they broke in by smashing the window in the study room, the room that was foreboding and haunted. They, however, cut themselves so severely on the window of the study room that they were left empty-handed. There was loads of blood all over the window and the sides of the house where they tried to crawl in through. The smashed window and into the study room. The room was just wrong. So I'm going to do my best to paint a picture of the setup of my bedroom and bathroom. Looking into the bathroom from the hallway, the shower bathtub toilet is on the far end. Once you walk into the bathroom, there's a door to your left. That goes into my bedroom. And the door straight ahead, that blocks off the sink to the toilet area. Also, a door behind you that closes off the hallway to the bathroom. Altogether, there's 3 doors to this one bathroom. I was younger, maybe 10 or 12. I was walking out from the sink area into my bedroom. I always shut the toilet area off because who wants to smell that horrid smell run through your house? I turned off the light switch on my way out. It was probably midday as I entered my bedroom. The toilet door opened. I didn't think much of it, as maybe AC kicked on and whatever the case might be. I walked out of my bedroom to the hallway to proceed to the rest of the house. About 5 feet past the hallway bathroom door, the bathroom door to my bedroom, and my bedroom door to the hallway all slammed shut. At that point, I took off running into the living room where my parents were. I was hoping it was one of them just trying to scare me. I then told them what happened. We all walked back to that part of the house to see every door was in fact shut, except my toilet door. The light was also on in the bathroom. Another story was it was late, probably 3 in the morning or so. I was always interested in the paranormal and watched shows and documentaries. I was in my later years of high school. I had a buddy over and he was sleeping next to me. I was sound asleep when I felt a tremendous tug on my right wrist. I was on my back, where my right side was the closer side to the outside of the bed. I had that horrible feeling of free falling in my sleep, like you do when falling asleep sitting up, and you slowly start to tilt over. I woke up in a panic to realize I was halfway off the bed, with my hand being no higher than a foot off the ground. Sure, you could write it off as just maybe being a reckless sleeper, but I'll always remember that forceful pull on my arm. There were a few other instances in that house that I remember, but those being the 2 distinctive ones. My house was out in the country a little older as well. I don't think there's much history to it, and most of the times the things that happened were just laugh off. A lot of buddies knew about it and always would bring it up as, you want to see a haunted house? Just go over to my place. My significant other lives in a rather old house, and the top floor, where his bedroom is, used to be part of the attic. We and his dog were aware of the ghost of a little girl, but she was harmless. She mostly appeared to look at the dog. Other than that, we noticed that the room next to the bedroom was always freezing, and in the bedroom itself, there was sometimes an awful smell, a rotting corpse smell. I used to think there was an evil presence, and we'd burn sage and try to banish it. One night we were watching television in bed, and the smell reappeared, worse than ever. I got pissed off and told the presence in no uncertain terms to go away, but for some reason I said, "Unless you're the little girl and you've been murdered and buried in the wall somewhere." There was a bang against the door. My significant other and I nearly jumped out of our skins, got chills down our backs, and we legged it downstairs. We heard more banging from upstairs, and I decided to try communicating with it. I asked if it was indeed the little girl, and there was a bang in response. A stroboscopic-style vision of an adult man striking a girl in anger. Her head hitting the corner of the wall, her little body crumpling down on the floor. I asked her about what I saw, and was answered each time by a bang. We figured out that the weird concrete block at the end of the garden, half hidden by brambles, might have been her final resting place, as whomever killed her was covering up the evidence. Then I tried to reassure her to move on. There'd be good people waiting for her there. This took a good 15 minutes. There was a final bang, and then silence. We went back to the bedroom, and the smell was gone. It never reappeared. The cold room next to the bedroom wasn't ever unnaturally cold again either. The whole thing was terrifying, but came to a good conclusion in the end. Do I predict death when I get the smell of rotting fish? When I was around 15, I and my best friend were at a small gathering with my older brother and his friends. We were in a woodland place, having a barbecue. At some point, we were playing a game where we were hiding and crawling in tall grass. After a while, I realized that my clothes were reeking of a smell which I can only describe as rotten fish. Whilst chatting with my friend, we got talking about a distant cousin of mine who went to the same school as I did. We had not been close for a long time, and it was unusual that I had thought about him and spoken about him. The following day, I learned that he had been in a serious car crash that night and lost his life. At the time, I thought it was a coincidence, but then I got that fish smell again, and soon after someone I knew lost their life. The stronger the smell, the closer the relative. This would happen to me now, and then I always kept thinking I was being ridiculous. A few years back, I smelt rotten fish the day before my birthday, and my distant uncle, who I knew really well and cared for, died a few days after an operation. I then saw him in my dreams, standing in a white-colored hallway by a white door, smiling at me. 2 years ago, I suddenly got the fish smell again, and my wife, who was 4 months pregnant, had a miscarriage. I have spoken to my wife about this after the miscarriage, and she had been skeptical, which is no surprise. I'm skeptical myself. Today, after being in an induced coma for 8 days, the son of a colleague died. In the morning, just before his time of death, I smelled fish again. My wife was with me in the kitchen, and we were speaking about the kid. I told her that I got the smell of fish again, and we both understood that the kid would not make it. After driving to work, I learned that the kid passed away around the time I smelt the fish. I would like to know if anyone has ever experienced something similar, and would appreciate any insight people might have about this. Do I have an extrasensory perception, or is it all in my head? The Shouse, Shithouse, Encounters in Ghost Dogs. This happened 2 years ago, but I can't sleep and I keep thinking about it, so I'm posting it here. I was 17, and my family had just moved with my mom's boyfriend into a house we had just finished building. It's interesting to note that my mom and her boyfriend had been dating for 2 years prior to this, and he was a really cool dude. My first night in the new house sure was a night. The whole house had that feeling of uneasiness going on. It's also important to note that prior to this, I'd never experienced sleep paralysis, but when I woke up in the morning, I couldn't move, and I could hear a dog breathing in my ear, and I could even feel its breath. Okay, sleep paralysis. Not the vibe, but still explainable, right? Well, it just got worse. Every single night I would wake up completely paralyzed, with the dog breathing in my ear again. It kept escalating. One night, I heard a dog running around the floor. It was that distinct claws on cement sound dog makes. And then eventually it got so bad, I was waking up multiple times a night to the feeling of something crawling into the bed next to me and laying up against me. I'd also have a recurring nightmare of a black dog with 6 segments, like a centipede, talking to me. It became so frequent, it didn't freak me out anymore. Still, it's just sleep paralysis, right? Wrong. At one point, the conversation came up about the history of the property, and according to my mom's boyfriend, a man had shot 6 of his dogs and then himself on the property. That's not the vibe, y'all. Me and my mom discussed all of this, and apparently she's seen stuff in the house too. She always complained sounds would come from her room and couldn't figure out the cause of. The worst encounter was probably when we were sitting in the kitchen table and we heard rummaging through her closet. The closet shares a wall with the kitchen, and the walls are thin. It definitely wasn't a small animal. It was like things were being picked up and moved. So naturally I get my scrawny ass in there, armed with none other than a can of beans. And the second I announce I have a gun, can of beans, the sound stopped. There was a box taken off the shelf and set on the floor. You know how I said Mom's boyfriend was a cool dude? Well, he also started getting weird. His behavior kept escalating until eventually we had to leave in the middle of the night. I haven't gotten sleep paralysis since. Do what you will with that information. What was this? Positive paranormal experience. This happened sometime last year, shortly after summer. Around that time, I was suffering from terrible chronic pain that would not go away no matter what I did. It had gotten so bad that I tried to end my life, but wasn't successful. After coming home, I was in misery for a long time, but found a reason to keep going. Nothing was going well until this positive presence flooded my room. It felt so powerful, too strong to be human, and loving. Slowly, my intense pain disappeared, and there were heightened senses during and for a while after it left. It made everything feel so positive and happy. I was so happy to be alive and no longer having thoughts of erasing myself. Shortly after all this, I found out that a very close family member was dying, and my first thought was to sing to him. It felt so weird, but when I did, he became conscious and he was himself for a few minutes before going to sleep and passing on the next day. The hospice nurse said that this was unusual in his situation. His eyes were suddenly so clear and he was breathing normally in an instant after. For explanations, I've thought of many skeptical ones, but none of those feel right. Maybe the pain just went away on its own, and I was imagining or coming up with all this unconsciously. I don't know what the hyper-awareness was, or why my pain was gone so quickly after months of trying everything that should have helped but didn't. I don't understand where the love or the ability to wake my family member up. I'm not sure if this is the place for positive experiences like this. I'm open to explanations, both paranormal and not. But if this was something outside of my head, what was it? Odd experience at Hilton Waikiki Village Hotel. My husband experienced something odd when we were on vacation in Hawaii that I can't seem to figure out. Wondering if anyone else had similar experience. It was our last night at the Tapa Tower, located in Hilton Waikiki Village, and I went to the bathroom while my husband and toddler were outside. Husband was sitting in the desk eating dinner, and my boy was on the tablet watching something. There was a large mirror on the wall where the desk is, and my husband said while he was eating, he saw who he thought was me walking across the room through the mirror. He was about to ask if I had forgotten something, before going to the bathroom, but my son asked him for some milk, so he didn't. By the time he turned around, the figure was gone. He then realized that the bathroom door never opened, and I was still in the bathroom the whole time. Also, I was wearing a red t-shirt and blue pajama shorts, while the person he saw in the mirror was wearing a blue short sleeve with some floral patterns and khaki shorts. He said she looked like me with the hair tied, except she was wearing glasses. I wasn't wearing my glasses at the time. I tried to ask if it was something he thought he saw at the corner of his eye, or maybe just for a second, but he said it was a solid person, and he actually looked straight in the mirror at it, thinking it was me, until he realized it wasn't. But he turned around and it wasn't there. There was no see-through like Casper or bright lights, and the figure didn't say anything. I just didn't see or hear anything while I was in the bathroom, but definitely couldn't sleep all night. Will not be going back to that hotel room. My sister disappeared. Some context. My cats were separated, with one in the attic with me and one downstairs with my family, because they fought, and my upstairs cat is now petrified of the other one being on the same floor. My siblings constantly left the attic door open, and the downstairs cat would come up and start problems. My attic is set up where on one side was the staircase leading into an open room, then a short hallway, then the door to my room that took up the rest of the attic. Anyway, I was in my room, Rule 7, and have a clear line of sight to where the attic stairs are in case someone came up. Then I see my downstairs cat run up and lay on the bed we have in the other room. At this point, I'm annoyed because I'm always telling them not to let her up here, not to leave the door open either. So then my younger sister runs up with a look like, oh my God, they already saw that cat came up. So I walk into the other room and start going off on her. Not yelling, but sternly telling her, I've already asked you not to leave the door open and make sure the cat didn't come up, so now you have to grab her and take her downstairs. Because I'm not doing it again. She starts whining. Oh, come on, I'm afraid she's going to scratch me. She's not going to scratch you, and even if she does, that's your problem. You wouldn't have to grab her if you hadn't closed the door. Can't you grab her this time again, and if she comes up again, I'll do it? No, I'm tired of doing it. At this point, I turn to my right to look at the cat on the bed, but she's not there anymore. I look in my room, since my door is still open, and my upstairs cat is sitting in the middle of the floor, unbothered and watching us bicker, so I assumed the cat ran under the bed to avoid being dragged downstairs. I look at my sister again, point to the end of the bed and say, grab the cat. She says, come on, I don't want to get scratched. Can you please do it? I'm getting more annoyed having to tell her over and over, so I yell, you need to grab the cat and take it downstairs right now because I'm not going to tell you again. Then this little girl had the audacity to look me right in the eye and giggle, almost laughing, but fell at the foot of the bed and laid on the floor, looking under the bed for the cat. Now where she was out of my line of sight because it was a tall and wide bed, so the mattress blocked her body almost entirely. I stood there waiting, watching my cat just look at me from the other room, and then I realized she was taking too long and it didn't even sound like she was moving at all trying to reach the cat. I turned back and say, hey Steph, come on this side and see if you can reach her over here. She's probably by the wall. No answer, no movement, nothing. Steph, get up and check over here. You're not going to reach her if... As I'm walking over, I notice there's a green storage container, exactly where my sister would have been laying down. My sister wasn't there. The downstairs cat wasn't there. And my cat was still in my room watching me. I slowly backed into my room and locked the door, then proceeded to shut myself in the room till I almost pissed myself because I was too afraid I'd see whatever spoke to me again. I eventually did go downstairs to use the bathroom and asked both my father and my sisters if any of them went upstairs at all that day, but they all said no. I have never ever hallucinated before or after this happened. I've also never experienced anything like it since. I know I saw whatever it was. I heard it talk to me. I had an entire conversation with it. Then it laughed right in my face. Is this doll I got as a child haunted, or... I have another post on this sub, and not sure these two things are related, but it's big enough to be on its own post anyway. I remembered I have a stuffed angel doll that others in my life have had weird experiences with, but not me, and that I think is doing what is supposed to be by keeping me safe from whatever is in the house. But want to know if this sounds like it's the same thing for anyone else, or if I'm crazy. When I was about 3 or 4, my grandfather, on my mother's side, gave me a doll. It's a stuffed angel with a stitched-on halo. Pretty old, and not really on store shelves, but I've seen a bunch on eBay sell for pretty low. Anyway, if you press on its stomach, it says a prayer, and even today I can press on its stomach, and there's no sound distortion or anything. I'm 21 now. It'll start saying a prayer in Spanish. That's a shortened version of Angel de mi guarda, which translates to my guardian angel. The clothes are sewn on by the arms, so I can't take them off completely, and there's no opening on the body from what I can tell. That being said, there's no way to access the box inside to change batteries. It's had the same batteries for about 18 years, and works perfectly. I've done okay taking care of it, a bit dirty, and a cousin of mine ripped its halo off, but it was only held in by like 4 threads, so everything else is fine. During my childhood, it was kept in a wooden toy box at my grandmother's house, and never taken out because my family always thought it was creepy, and said that they would hear it praying, even though nobody touched it, and still in the box. At my grandmother's, some of my aunts and uncles said they'd be in their rooms doing whatever, then would hear it start praying from my grandma's room where my box was. My grandmother said she had woken up because she heard it, but once she fully woke up, it wasn't even on. I lived with my father in the neighboring town at the time, and there were times where nobody but him was home because me and my siblings were at school with my stepmother was at work. He was alone one day, and as he was leaving for work, he heard the toy start praying, but couldn't find it. He looked in every room, checked in boxes, looked under and behind furniture, and couldn't really figure out where the sound was coming from, so he couldn't find the doll. He was late, but felt like it was driving him nuts, so he kept looking, and eventually had to give up and leave. The reason he couldn't find it was because it wasn't even in the house. It was still in my grandma's, in the box. Skipping forward a few years, I was maybe 12 or 13. My family moved, and I got my doll from my box. I was always very careful with my things, so I would basically have it on display somewhere instead of thrown around or tucked away. I never had anything strange happen. Then I gave it to a girlfriend of mine during my freshman year of high school as a good luck type gift. And she also never mentioned anything strange happening, but got creeped out after I told her other people would hear it pray at night. My family moved again that summer, and the house we moved into was already creepy. There was a weird painting of a lady hanging up. The painting, not the lady. In our basement that my grandpa on my dad's side wanted to keep, but we all agreed to throw it out before he noticed. Then on several occasions, my father would message me at night saying to stop walking around so loudly, though I had already been laying in bed for hours and didn't hear any walking myself. This, along with all the doors on the first floor opening whenever they wanted to, equaled overall creepy vibes. A couple months later, I started having horrible nightmares for a week or 2 straight. Every night was horrible, and they all took place in the attic where I stay. How it's set up is a staircase near the back of the house, which leads into an open room that took up half the attic, then a short hallway, then my room that took up the rest of the attic. Sometimes, in the nightmares, I'd try to walk through the other rooms to reach the stairs, but the door would be locked or I'd be too scared or whatever. I saw over there I couldn't even push myself to leave my room or something, but would stop me from trying to leave. Other times, I'd try looking out the window for an exit, and it would be completely empty outside, like a void. Or there was someone standing in the street, or a block away, just looking up at me and watching me, which made me scared to even try to leave, because I felt it would come after me. I was trapped and would have things show up in the room just to scare the crap out of me, and once I woke up, I was in my room where all the bad stuff was taking place. I had no option but to stay up and wait till it passed out again, but would have another horrible dream. I eventually remembered my ex had an angel, and I wanted it back, just because of sentimental value. I kept it in my locker, and once the dreams kept happening, I thought about bringing it home. Once I set it up with my other stuffed animals, which were next to my bed on the table, I completely stopped having any nightmares. I was able to sleep perfectly fine. Since then, I've never experienced anything bad, apart from what I experienced in my other post where I almost pissed myself. In the attic. Doors opening when I was on the first floor. I've heard heavy footsteps coming from the other rooms of the attic while I was on the first floor, but I've never been up there and had something happen. I'd like to think my little angel was and is keeping whatever is downstairs from coming up or being able to do anything up there. And now I have 2 cats up there, just because they keep spooky things away. Me and my friends saw something unusual when we were younger. When I was around 15 years old, I lived in this house near the woods, and we had this really long stretch of dirt road not too far away that used to be a railroad many, many years back. Me and a friend of mine were driving a quad bike on this dirt road because no cars drive there, so you could do whatever you wanted to do. Just play around with different vehicles. One day on this particular dirt road, as we were playing with the quad bike, we saw someone walking far down the road. We slowed down and drove forward. As we got closer, it looked like the person was walking several dogs. Just to clarify, we were still pretty far away. When we got a little bit closer, it sort of looked like a moose, so at this point, we stopped the quad bike and decided to just watch it. As it keeps walking towards us, it started to look more like a person again, but without any dogs this time. So we decided to start up the quad bike again, and we drove towards this person. Now all of a sudden, it looked like this person was drunk because it started going side to side on the road, like it couldn't keep its balance, so we drove a little faster to check what was going on. When we were pretty close, the person fell off the road. At this point of time, we drove really fast to make sure everything was fine, but we couldn't see anyone at all. We had gone pretty far down the road, so we was in an open field, so if someone would have fallen on the road, we would have seen the person, but nope, nothing. Just a completely empty field. We got pretty freaked out, and after a minute or two, we hear a gunshot and some sort of moan from an animal or something. I can't really explain it, but it was a weird sound. The gunshot itself isn't that weird, but where we live, it's pretty normal for people to go out and hunt animals. We didn't think much of it more, and just drove back home. The next day, we decided to go on the quad bike again, and we see this figure again way down the road, but at this point of time, we drive really fast towards it. As we get closer and closer, it looks like it turned into a human, then a moose or something, then back to a human, exactly like what happened the day before. We got even closer, it started losing its balance and started going left on the right of the road until falling off the road again. A minute or two passes, and then we hear this gunshot again, and some sort of moan from an animal. I still can't explain it. To this day, I get the shivers thinking about it because no matter how much I think about it, I can't comprehend what it was that we saw. When I was a kid, I was often chased by Zebra Man. It all started when I was about 5. My parents never had a lot of money. At least a few times a year, power was turned off due to failure to pay bills. Since it was such a frequent occurrence, we always kept a big box of candles and tea lights to light the house in the evenings when we didn't have power. My parents had put me to bed and blown out most of the candles, with the exceptions of the one in their room. I woke at some point early in the night to go use the bathroom, which was directly across the hall from my room in the trailer. I paused in the dark hallway and looked to my left, through the living room and into my parents' room, and I see him, the zebra man. He was roughly my dad's height, 6'1", and honestly his appearance haunts my dreams still. He had the completely nude torso of a human male, but the head, lower arms, and legs and hands, and feet of a zebra. His face, though, was slightly different, particularly his eyes. His eyes were orange and marquee-shaped, and not set in the typical spot for an equine. Instead, they were centered in the front of his face. I was a child. I stared. I didn't know if he was real or not. Then he started sprinting, like a human, at me. I started screaming and bolted into the bathroom. I could hear his hooves clicking across the hardwood floor. They got close enough to the bathroom that I could feel the vibrations from his footsteps in the floor under my feet, and then stopped. Seconds later, my parents were in the bathroom with me as I screamed and cried, terrified. My parents assumed I was sleepwalking. Then it happened again. A few months later, I saw the zebra man again, and again I stared, and he started running at me. Cue screaming and hiding, and my parents coming to comfort me again. As I got older, the zebra man showed up every time we were lighting the house with candles. I learned quickly that as long as I just glanced at him, he would be gone after I'd gone to the bathroom. The last time I saw him, I was 14. He chased me that time, stopping just short of the bathroom door, as he had many times before. After that, home felt a lot more peaceful at night, like something negative had finally disappeared from my life. How common are spirit animals? I wonder how common it is with people who experience paranormal things to have spirit animals around them. My last home, I often saw a cat that wasn't physically there. I heard it just a couple of times over the 9 years I was there, and did wake up with the feeling of it jumping on my bed. As I was moving out, I saw it in full color. After years of peripheral vision shadows, lots of other things happened there. The feeling was quite oppressive in parts of the house, and I felt tormented by something, which loved playing tricks, but the cat was my favorite. My husband and I have just moved into a big house from 1894. There's a cat here too. We hear it walking around, meowing and howling, and we've both caught glimpses of a shadow cat. Our cat, who is very needy and usually with us constantly, reacts to the sounds and often watches things we can't see. We're currently having loads of construction work done throughout our house, and today, the electrician watched our cat playing and chasing with a cat that wasn't there. It freaked him out a lot. He loves cats, but he said for the rest of the day he kept catching glimpses of another cat following him and heard meows about 5 times today. He said it really shocked him, and not something he's experienced before. I guess the energy change and disrupting the house has changed things. We've had absolutely loads of things happen since moving in. Non-cat, unexplainable things which are just increasing as time goes on. Fascinating, though we're learning to cohabit since it's their house too, and they've been here longer than us. Ghost Kid at Park in Mexico. I used to live in a small town in Mexico, actually about 1 or 2 hours away from Guadalajara. This event happened perhaps 10 years ago when I was in high school. I had a small group of friends. It was 3 guys, 4 if you add me, and 2 chicks, one of which was my girlfriend at the time. More often than not, we would get together every Friday to drink or do something. Back then we had more time to hang out because, well, we were young and we didn't have any responsibilities. So yeah, this particular Friday in July, I sent a text to our group chat asking if anyone was down to drink. Surprisingly, This time, they did not want to drink. They preferred to go eat, given the fact that some of our parents were very strict and we couldn't stay as late. Anyway, we decided to get some pizzas and something to drink, non-alcoholic, from the town next to our home, and drove back to eat it somewhere. And the obvious place to do this was at a park. That is, oddly enough, in between these two towns. I heard rumors about this park being haunted, but never actually believed it was specially, because before this night, we used to go there ever so often to drink and do other things, so going there to have some pizza didn't seem like a bad idea. We get there perhaps 7 p.m., and although there wasn't any light posts or lamps, it was well lit, because it so happened that there was a full moon that night. Now, I will try to explain to the best of my abilities how everything was distributed on this park. This park was fenced and gated. Not sure why a park would be gated, but I believe it was for cows or horses would not go in there. And straight ahead from the entrance, you would see a concrete slab where a big table was placed. It was also a concrete table capable of sitting at least 20 people, 10 on one side and 10 on the other. Now behind this table, perhaps 6 feet away, was this huge tree that during the day it would cast a huge shadow that would cover the whole concrete slab. On the left side of the slab, there was a particular structure where people would throw the garbage there, and then someone would come and burn it. Yes, that's how they used to recycle garbage over there. And behind that structure, you'd find the playground filled with swings and slides and other shit. So, we arrived at my dad's truck. I was the driver. 2 ladies were sitting in the front and 3 guys in the back holding the pizza and drinks. We went through the entrance, parked our car next to the concrete slab in the front of the concrete table, and got off the truck. Some of us sat around the table, others sat on top of the table to eat our precious pizza. Then suddenly the cops showed up, saying that we needed to get out of there because the park closes at 8 p.m. However, the cops decided to let us stay longer since we were only eating pizza. This cost us like 4 slices of pizza, but the bribe was worth it. As soon as they left, we started eating, drinking, and laughing about the bribe situation. Everything seemed normal until I had to go pee. The bathroom in this place was far from where we were at. I mean at least 100 feet away. And these bathrooms weren't the cleanest nor nicest. Plus the walk there was fucking scary. But I wanted to go there and take my girlfriend with me, so that, hopefully, we could cope a feeling. Unfortunately, she was not thinking what I was thinking, and I had no choice but to go pee next to that big-ass tree behind the table. I stood up and walked to the side of the tree, where they wouldn't be able to see or hear me. Especially because they were not too far from where I was, so I unzipped my jeans, lowered my boxer, pulled my dick out and started peeing like a normal-ass guy would. And for some reason, I was giggling and laughing at my friend's conversation, which I was able to hear while I was peeing. When all of a sudden, I turned my head to my left and I stared at the playground. I was able to see the swings and the slides, and I felt this eerie sensation like someone or something was staring back at me. As I squinted to get a better view of the playground, I noticed that the structure where people would burn garbage was a small kid, no higher than 5 feet, just standing there. I could not believe my eyes, so I kept on staring at this kid, trying to make out a face or something. But I couldn't because the moon was providing a good amount of light. The kid's face was pitch black. For a moment, I thought I was being paranoid and that my mind was making all this up until the fucking kid started walking towards me, slowly, very slowly approaching me, and that's when I knew this shit was real. My dick went from hero to zero in a fraction of a second, and I booked it back to my friends. Immediately, I told them that we had to leave. I did not feel safe there, and they should go finish our pizza somewhere else. My friends, especially my girlfriend, could hear the trembling in my voice, and without question, we all go inside the truck. I remember that I could not stick the keys in the ignition because my hand was so shaky. I felt like threading a needle. Finally, I was able to stick the key in the ignition, but when I tried turning the key, nothing happened. The car battery was fucking dead. I figured this was it. This demon kid was going to kill us all. When my friends realized the truck did not start, they felt that eerie feeling too and started asking me to do something because someone or something was knocking on their window. Of course, I told them that there was nothing I could do, that someone needed to help me out, check the engine. Finally, one of my friends got out to help me, using his phone as a flashlight. We went to check the engine. I popped the hood open, and we couldn't believe our eyes. The battery cables were disconnected. I immediately reconnect the battery, and with all my strength, tightened the bolts holding them together, closed the hood of the truck, and got the fuck out of there. I visited my hometown every now and then, but since that night, I've never been back to that park. I keep on hearing stories from people there that have seen the same kid as I have, but there's no record that shows anything ever happened there. I've always been curious to go back, but I am a coward to do so. Perhaps one day I'll find the courage to investigate what the fuck was that I saw. 3-year-old who saw dead people. So my great-grandma was Native American. And just to note, I am reflective white, but that has no merit here. Anyway, picture, if you will, little 3-year-old me and my mom stayed at my nanny's house for the weekend. And my nanny's house was certifiably haunted. TGE, piano and army Barbie castle played on their own, even after removing the batteries. But that's not what this story is about. Perhaps I'll tell those stories if you guys want me to. Anywho, I was laying in bed facing the ceiling, and suddenly I reached over to your mom, patting her to wake her. Mommy. What, baby? Who's that lady on the ceiling? My mom tells me her eyes shot open immediately, and she questioned. What lady? There's no lady on the ceiling. I then go on to describe in detail what looked like my great-grandmother. Long dark hair, strong build, beautiful in the face, and she was smiling at me. Keep in mind that this woman was dead in 1962. I waved in her hands and she returned the wave, and that's all she did, smile and wave at me. My mom, however, didn't think it was so sweet. She'd like to think that I freaked the absolute hell out of her, and that's why we'd never stay in their guest room, ever again. Something knocked over my basket of clothes. Let me start by saying this. I've been able to sense spirits and entities or the energy of people since I was 6. Even had my late great-grandfather, who I had no way of knowing what he looked like or who he was because he died tragically at work, and no one in his family likes to talk about it. I learned after this incident as for why. As my grandmother told me, on the one rare occasion, present himself to me in a semi-physical form, and 3 days later, my grandmother found his wedding band that had been missing for 15 years. So I recently moved in with my fiancé and his family. I've been living there for 3 months now, and just in the past 2 weeks, there has been weird things happening. It's an older farmhouse, and I'm not sure if someone has died here or not. The house itself doesn't have much of a creepy feel to it. It's just a less modern home, so it's kind of a sight for sore eyes. Which I don't mind. I like older, thrifted, antique things. They have history. It first started with me waking in the middle of the night to get some water. Everyone was sleeping, so the lights were off, conserving energy. I made my way down a flight of steps and to the kitchen with my flashlight on my phone. Nothing out of the ordinary. As I'm going back up, I get about halfway down the stairs, and I feel like something was watching me from behind. I was so terrified. I didn't want to walk all the way to the top of the stairs because I feared I would have someone appear behind me in the mirror, located at the top of the steps. I tell myself, quit being a little chicken shit. Squeezed my eyes shut and ran up the rest of the way. I accidentally slammed the door so hard, I woke up my fiancé. He obviously asked me what the hell was wrong with me, as I scared him and looked terrified myself. I told him what happened, and in the manliest way possible, he told me to go back to bed and that it was nothing. But I could tell he seemed weirded out by the story too. Since then, I've heard noises in the middle of the night, like someone is in the basement or in the kitchen, and no one else living here gets up in the middle of the night unless they go to the bathroom, which is a completely different noise than someone rummaging around the basement or in the kitchen. Progressed to earlier this week. It's only me, my sister-in-law, and her daughter at home. We all agree to go out to the Walmart excursion. I lock my dog in his kennel on the top floor. They tie their dog up outside. It was a warmer day and both dogs can't be together. They cause mischief. When we return to the basement, it's destroyed. There was stuff literally everywhere. We tried to dismiss it by saying maybe an animal got in because the landlord came and left the door open. The next morning, we're at the table talking about it again. But this time, it clicked in my brain that when we came home, the door to the basement was in fact closed. And no one else had been home yet. We were only gone for 2 hours. A few days go by with no activity. Then yesterday, my sister-in-law's daughter tells me she heard scratching on her wall closets to her bed, which happens to be the one wall that's closest to the bottom of the stairs. I went to the gym today after putting in a load of laundry and put the second load I was going to do when I got home on top of the washing machine. I've done this multiple times before and nothing has happened to my basket. When I got home and went to change them over to the dryer, the basket and dirty clothes were on the floor. I honestly start to think some paranormal stuff is going on here. Did I end up having an encounter with a spirit of some sort in my old family's house? I, male 27, grew up and live in a fairly small town in the middle of Germany. My parents bought their dream house in '96, a year after I was born, and moved into it in '97. Everything was fine until the late 2000s, something around 2007, 2008. When a salesman for a German grocery store chain knocked on the door, offering to buy every house on the street because he said grocery store chain wanted to expand and build a new store in town. This started to lead to an up and down for the next technical 10 years until my father passed away and we were forced to sell the house to the company for far less than expected, since my dad ended up making a huge debt to my mother in my name. We forgave him and moved on. He was mentally ill. My mother told me today, less than 3 hours ago, that the bureaucracy is finally done and that the store is going to demolish everyone on the street by the beginning of next month. While we talked, she told me about wanting to go to place a rose down into our old house before it gets demolished. And silly me always kept a spare key because you never know what you'd ever need it again. Anyways, the store company never replaced the locks, and I was able to get back into it for the first time in 5 years to make sure that we could place the rose down. So while I was inside, it felt like coming home, but I suddenly felt a cold breeze. After a moment, and the smell of scent of mothballs, like someone would walk past me smelling like them. I haven't thought a lot about it by this time, but I ended up walking out to the back, the small courtyard, and ended up standing in the middle of the free area. Something suddenly touched and pressed into my shoulder while I wasn't able to move and breathe for like a second. I was physically not able to do so while I had the feeling I was being watched from the second I entered the house until I walked out. The scent of the mothballs also followed me the whole time I was in there, or better, while I was on our old ground. I remember my mother telling me about smelling mothballs in the house back in the day from time to time, as well as feeding the cold breeze in the closed room. And after calling her and talking to her, she mentions that she believed that there lives a ghost in our house, which is also the reason why she wants to put a rose down. If it helps, the house is from the 1600s, 1628 as far as I know. Burned partially down in the 1700s and got rebuilt. We highly believe that there used to be a connection to the church up the hill, but we were never able to actually prove the theory, even though we've seen the original plans from the 1600s, showing a pair of stairs leading down where our back then living room used to be. So yeah, my question is, did I encounter a spirit? And if so, Was or is it a good or bad one? Why did it touch me? But never my mother or anyone else. Did it recognize me after not being there for 5 years? And well, can someone explain to me what happened to me in there? Mysterious spiraling staircase. I've always wanted to write down this story, as it has stuck with me, even 20 years later, and every time I retell it to someone, I get excited and scared at the same time. But I thought I would share and see if anyone else had experienced anything like it. One time, I was traveling with my parents and my 3 uncles. I was a teenager at the time. My family always had a thirst for adventure, and when they heard there was supposed to be a haunted house that was about to be torn down, they, of course, wanted to make a trip out of it before it was gone. The story went that someone hacked their family to death in this house, but I don't think that story is relevant to my experience. We drove to the location, and what was before me was a house in ruins. It was a 2-story home on a very large lot. It even had a large well. The house was just a complete mess. The walls were completely torn down in some rooms. The second floor was open to the sky. People had graffitied the hell out of it, writing things like, "This is the house of the devil," or scribbling their names, nonsense like that. We decided to tour the home, or what was left of it. There really was not much to see on the first floor. Walls were down, and we were exposed to the elements. But we all did notice one curious thing. There was a doorway, and if you looked in, you could see a spiraling staircase going straight down to a very dark room. We all assumed it was the basement. We all commented on how creepy it was. I even stuck my head through the doorway to look down. I just got a weird feeling and felt scared. I chalked that down to hating dark, unfamiliar places. My family decided that we should visit this room last, as it was probably the best part of the whole house, which at that point was just a rundown house. So we all went to the second floor, looked around, and finally went downstairs to check out that creepy spirally staircase in that basement. Well, as you would have it, the doorway was now a solid wall. Nothing was there, as if it didn't exist at all. The odd part is that we didn't react. We just sort of accepted that the doorway was gone, and here is this solid wall. We searched for that basement. We looked all around and we couldn't find it. I still think about it till this day. And how, if we had gone down all those stairs, would we have been trapped down there for an eternity? The odd part is that this is a county where basements aren't even common at all. It should not even make any sense to have it in your home, yet we saw it. My nephew saw my ghost, not my doppelganger. So my family's full of sensitivities. Not like we walk into your house dripping crystals and saying stuff like, "There's a spirit of a woman here." You can't tell who, what, when, where, or why, anything like that. Can't even tell good or bad, just that there's something there. Also, if we even think your house is haunted, we won't go because it's uncomfortable to have us sit there and pretend like we don't feel anything. There's no rhyme or reason to who can do it, or how we can feel it. My grandmother feels it in her stomach. My mom feels cold wind on her body. My sister doesn't feel anything. And I feel what I can only describe as a vibration between my skull and my spine. Yes, I have called it spidey sense more than once. We also have the habit of knowing stuff we shouldn't. I have vivid memories of playing with my great-grandma in a house that collapsed when my mom was 10. And my cousin was one of those children who had the habit of telling people he didn't know. Their stillborn babies are happy where they are and don't want them to be sad. Since we usually show signs when we're little, 3 to 10 years old, we didn't think the newest batch of children would have the gift, since none had any of our bad habits, not even seeming to get uncomfortable when we feel something. So far as we knew, none of us actually see ghosts, except me, and now my nephew. I say so far as we know. The ghost I think I saw was normal, Not see-through or blank stare or anything, just a woman in a gray sundress with purple flowers that kind of look like spider lilies. But I don't know much about flowers and can only remember that they were curved and stringy, but definitely flowers. The only weird thing about her was that her hair was natural, which was rare to almost unheard of in the 90s. I had gotten separated from my grandmother in the store and was having a little kid freak out, amplified by the "there's something here" feeling. This woman came over to me and said something like, "She's not far," or "she's this way." Whatever it was indicating that she was going to take me to my grandmother, so I went with her. Even holding her hand, it wasn't cold, but I also don't remember it being warm like a person's should be. I said, "She's a ghost," because we turn into the aisle where my grandmother is. I stopped getting the ghost feeling, and after taking a few steps toward my grandmother, I remember my manners and turned to say thank you to the open air. Even at the time, I just think she saw I was reunited and walked away. Well, last week, my nephew, now 14, said a woman in a gray dress told him not to take his usual route home. Being in our family, he listened. Turns out a car ran off the road and plowed into someone's yard on the street. He usually takes that. My nephew tells us he didn't know who she is because he hasn't seen her before or since. When he mentioned the purple flowers, I showed him a picture of a spider lily, and he asked if they look like that. Same woman. Still looks young enough to be a mom, and with the same hairstyle and dress. Maybe I saw her when she was alive, and now my nephew saw her as a ghost. Maybe we both saw her as a ghost, and maybe the dress isn't as unique as I think. I have tried to find one online, but I'm going to assume she's either an ancestor watching over us or some ghost who goes around protecting kids in our city. People hear voices other than mine when they're in a call late, 3 to 5 a.m. with me. I tend to stay in, call with friends till 3 or 5 in the morning, and I would have let it go if only it happened with one person, but it happened several times with 3 different people already. To be honest, I'm not that scared because I've lived in this room for several years, teens into adulthood. I just want to know what kind of entity this may be. I just kind of want to share this to others as well. Here are the descriptions of the people that heard the voice. Note that I never heard the voice on my end, but some of their descriptions are way vivid. I would have dismissed it too, them lacking sleep, but the last person that told me this happened to had no connection with the others. I was chilling the call and ended up falling asleep on my phone, and I suddenly woke up to my friend calling my name out with a frightened voice and asked if there was someone with me. I told him I am in the room alone and asked what happened. He said there was a voice of an old woman saying hi and something incoherent. It was 5 a.m., so I doubt my grandmother from the house next to mine would be heard, so I just dismissed it and said goodbye to him and went to bed. Second incident, I was in a call with a different friend. I was staying up to help her stay up late. I ended up snoozing and I fell asleep till I dropped my phone under my bed, so I yelled, "Oh, sorry, I dropped my phone." And what gave me the creeps was I heard her asking, "Hey, do you have someone with you in the room?" I answered, "No, I'm alone right now, why?" She told me that an old lady was calling out my real name several times. It gave me the creeps. But I told myself that maybe she was pranking me with the guy from the first incident to scare me, but it did give me chills. Third incident. The past incidents were over a year ago, and I'm in a call with my friend that hasn't really met those people. But one night she told me when I fell asleep she heard 2 people talking in the background. And it wasn't really the first time it happened. She knew I was alone in my room, so she did assume that it was something supernatural, but she wasn't that scared from it. I was amazed because I never told her of the past few incidents, so it gave me the creeps again. She told me that if she hears it again, she'll record it for me. I never wanted to because I didn't want the confirmation. I have no idea what this is, and I'm curious to be honest. Both of my grandmothers are alive, so it can't be them. I'm a guy, so I'm pretty sure I can't sleep talk in a grandma impression. What do you guys think of it? Not sure if I'm crazy or these experiences happened. Experience 1. I'm a 26-year-old male. Have had what I believe is either 2 paranormal experiences, or maybe my mind is playing tricks on me. I shall explain in further detail to the best of my memory. When I was in year 10, around 15 years of age, around 2011-ish, I was staying up late on a Saturday night. I was chilling in the lounge, watching Comedy Central on TV under a blanket. It was winter in New Zealand. Around midnight, as I was watching TV, I saw what resembled a young boy with a bowl-shaped haircut, and what I can assume is eyeless sockets, just pop out in the front door, which was maybe 10 feet from where I was sitting. I won't deny my heart was wearing its brown pants that night, and I slowly got up, wrapped my duvet around like it was going to protect me. Then the little bastard disappeared in front of my eyes. I proceeded to basically put the light switch through the wall. As I turned the lounge light on for protection, I slowly peeked around the corner to see if he was still there. Nope, he was gone. I'm not sure why, but I slowly searched the house looking for him as my family slept. I found nothing. The next day, as I was in the lounge with my family, I saw in the corner of my eye, at the end of the hallway, the same little boy go from what was our wash house, walk into what was our cupboards. Yes, a full-body apparition. I told my mother, who was sitting next to me. She told me she saw him a few days prior and had invited him into the lounge. We moved shortly a few months after that. Experience 2. Around COVID, my family and I had to move from a house we lived in for nearly 10 years because the landlords were selling it. Again, I was watching a TV at night and decided to go to bed around 1 a.m. I walked to where my room was at the time. At the end of the house in total darkness, I knew the layout of the house like the back of my hand. As I turned to go into my room, I bumped into the shadow of a person. That was kind of darkness that would make the blackest of blacks. Looked like a freshly painted white wall. The thing was odd, is this shadow person was taller than I. For context, I'm 6'2" and weighed 90 kilograms then. I, for some reason, apologized for bumping into said shadow person, saying, "Sorry, mate," not thinking maybe said shadow person could have been a person who entered the house unlawfully. After said realization hit my heart, put on his brown pants again. But I wasn't as brave to go looking for what said shadow person in this encounter and proceeded to hide in my bed under the covers, like the BFG that I am. That wasn't my sister. I've experienced many odd, unexplainable events in my life, but this event has been on my mind for a few years now, and I finally decided to tell it, and pray I'm not the only one who's experienced something like this. So let's start from the beginning. I graduated from high school in 2019, and I was promoted to supervisor for a kitchen in a nursing home down the street. Since I oversaw dinner, I didn't start work until about 3:30 p.m., and I would get home around 10 p.m. So for the first half of the day, I would be completely home alone. I enjoyed that time. Solitude was always nice, especially when you're as introverted as I am. Normally I would sleep in until about noon, but this time I decided to relax on the couch for our main living room and watch Kitchen Nightmares. I remember nodding off and falling into a light sleep, so any small noise would wake me up. The first few times I cracked my eyes open. It would just be from the cats jumping on me, so when I felt the cushion by my feet dip a bit, I figured it was my cat Peach. After a moment, I opened my eyes and realized my younger sister was sitting at the end of the couch, her back to me. I was half asleep, so I didn't really think much of it. I figured she just stayed home from school sick, so I just asked her if she could move her head so I could see the TV, but she ignored me, still facing the TV screen, annoyed. I asked her why she was home. Once again, she remained silent, coming to the conclusion that she was just being rude. Again, I closed my eyes and fell back to sleep. After about another hour, I got up and started to get ready for work and noticed my sister wasn't in the room or in the house. Concerned, I called her. After trying to call her for a few minutes and getting nothing, I called my mom. She picked up and I asked her if Sis told her where she was going. My mother, confused, asked me what I was talking about. She dropped Sis off at the school before going to work. My sister had been at school this whole time. In a shock, I hung up and kept this to myself, convinced I was losing my mind, that this was all in my head. But I remember that moment so vividly, what my sister was wearing, how she was sitting, how I felt a shift in the couch when she sat down. This wasn't a dream. This was real. It had to be. There was something in my house with me that morning, and it was not my sister. I kept this experience to myself as a kid. I had what parents called a very active imagination. Always seeing things, hearing things, and being easily spooked. So I think I got to the point where I just convinced myself this whole experience didn't happen, and that there was some rational explanation. It actually took me a few years to tell my little sister about this. Once again, mostly out of fear of being perceived as crazy, I didn't want to spook my sister, but something she said to me changed that real fast. This takes place in September 2022. My sister and I were waiting in a line for a ride at a local amusement park. Every year my dad's workplace would rent the whole park for employees and their families. We spent most of the day together as a family, but about an hour before closing, Sis and I went to the back of the park to ride some night rides, so it was just the two of us, and the waiting was getting really terribly boring. Sis and I aren't very close and don't have much in common, so we struggled to have a conversation and for the most part stood in silence. But out of the blue, she spoke up. "Cat, want to hear something freaky?" As a lover of all things spooky, that caught my attention, so I immediately replied with an eager yes. And a part of me wishes I said no. My sister is a night owl, and over the summer would stay up until 6 a.m. I had just started working a different job after quitting my nursing home position. That's another scary story for a different day. So I was starting to go to bed around 12 a.m. every night, and would be up around 10 a.m. So she would be the only one awake. One night, she noticed light coming from the crack in her bedroom door, and she heard both my voice and my mother's voice talking, only it was hard to understand, as if we were speaking to each other too quickly, or just complete gibberish. She quickly grabbed her phone, checking the time, and her confusion only grew when she noticed it was 3 a.m. What were we doing awake? Sometimes my mom and I would go to the front window if the weather was bad during the night to keep an eye on the storm, or if there was sirens. We both have a habit of being very nosy. So she figured that's what was going on. After a few minutes, she could still hear the voices and still see the lights. Growing curious, she got out of bed and opened her bedroom door and rushed into the hall, expecting to see me and my mother by the window talking. Only that's not what she saw. There were no lights on. It was completely dark besides the illumination from her phone. And there was no one in sight. Not our mother, not me. Not even the cats were out there. Unsettled and confused, she turned to my bedroom door thinking I was messing with her. She opened my door, and I was asleep with both cats. She goes back in the hall. Mom and Dad's bedroom is also shut. She peeks in there, and both are sleeping. Now my sister is a rational person. She was always the one to go to in the basement first, tell the others that the monsters and ghosts aren't real. So she completely pushed this event out of her mind, because in her eyes, it wasn't a big deal. Maybe she was just a bit overtired, or her grandfather's TV downstairs was a bit loud, and that's what she heard. But like my own experiences, this kind of sat on the back of her head, and the house grew a little bit less comfortable. She mentioned how after she felt like there was always someone watching, as if they were tucked in a corner, just observing her. She wasn't scared out of her mind, just a bit confused. When she told me there was a pit in her stomach, it opened up and had chills. I laughed at first because, come on, we're in public. I didn't want to flip out. But we went on the ride, and the remaining time the park was open, we pushed that conversation in the back burner. On our way to meet up with our parents, we started talking about it again. and I finally told her about what happened to me, how I saw her at home that day, spoke to her, and could remember what she wrote. That was the first time I saw her get scared. I wasn't home, she kept saying. What do you think it was then? We still don't know. A family history of experiences, including me? In my life, I've always had these strange feelings about certain people in the world. I've had a number of people come into my life acting as friends. Sometimes I know these people for years, but there's this piece of me that thinks something doesn't feel right. Eventually they would show their true colors, and I would think, that's strange. Somehow I always knew. This doesn't go for everyone. Before you think that, it's usually only very specific people with a strange vibe to them. Come to find my mom, she told me she told her priest as a child that she possessed a special gift of seeing the good and evil in others. I laughed this off because I'm not the only agnostic, but also a skeptic who doesn't believe in any idea of good and evil. Only as a year ago, I started to reconsider that notion a bit more. I'm neither a believer or a non-believer in the paranormal. I simply don't think it's my place to state as fact the unknown in the universe. I recently found out that my mom's side of the family, that we apparently have quite a history of this sort of a thing, dating all the way back to my great-great-great-grandmother. My family on that side comes from Eastern Europe, and apparently great-grandma has been quite renowned in her town for ability to predict crop cycles, weather, and mundane occurrences, such as arrests or births. I also have a history of strange dreams and occurrences. One of these dreams was a few years ago. It was so mundane, but was one of the most positive feelings I've ever had in my life. I swear it was so vivid. I was holding hands with a man, walking through a supermarket aisle. I can remember him so vividly. I'd never seen him before. Curly black hair, wore a black hoodie. He was taller than me, but only just. I couldn't see his face. It's like he was hiding it from me, almost just out of view. He made me feel so safe. I felt like he was everything to me. We were holding hands walking through the supermarket. It was the strangest experience. As I woke up, I felt devastated, like I'd been taken away from his powerful, beautiful feeling I'd never felt. Such a powerful dream, even my worst nightmares. I just wanted to be back with him. Even though I had no idea who he was, it genuinely sent me into a depression for a while. This past year, I swear I met this man. Turns out he worked at a grocery store, lived near one. And the one place we went together was this grocery store. I felt that same feeling I felt in that dream with him. When I touched his hand, it's like I remembered them. When I met him, it's like I knew him and he knew me. Somehow I fumbled, and we had a falling out recently. But I still feel deep down that he's my soulmate. I've never believed in soulmates until I met him. Another oddity is my childhood cat. I can remember distinctly and vividly growing up that I had an orange, pudgy tabby cat named Coho, like the salmon. I loved this cat. He used to perch himself on the back of a very specific floral sofa we owned, just under a window in the sunlight. I would run towards him and stroke him. He was lazy, silly. He had such a distinct smell. I asked my mom what happened to this cat, as by that point it had hit me that I had no memory of him dying or running away. I specifically asked him by name. My mom told me that that cat died 3 years before it was born, when he got hit by a car. I had never had a pet cat, and asked how I even knew about him and his name, as either of my parents liked to talk about him. None of us can explain why I remember this cat. I still remember him, and I haven't really interacted with any cats in my life. To this day, I have still not owned or lived with any cats. I guess I'm looking for some insight with what all this means. I don't know much about any of this, but some of these things keep me up at night. Telling my ghost story. I rented a haunted house in El Paso, Texas. Anyway, back in 2011, I was living in a house in El Paso, Texas for a year with my 2 sons. It was a nice place with a huge yard for our dogs and 3 bedrooms, 2 dens, and a 2-car garage. Great place for the price. I was renting it. Also, the landlord lived almost across the street from me, so he was always close by if needed. Shortly after moving in, a matter of weeks, I was in my bedroom watching TV and unwinding from a long day. I was unemployed at the time and had received a severance check from my ex-employer and was living off of that while I was job searching. My bedroom was right across the hall from my youngest son's bedroom, and my older son had his bedroom next door to mine as he was disabled, and there were times I'd have to get up in the middle of the night if he needed to use the bathroom. Late that night, I heard singing coming through the AC vents and assumed it was my son's girlfriend, who had just moved in with us and had a great singing voice. I chalked it up to that and told myself that I would speak to my son about it in the morning. The following morning, I asked my son about it, with his girlfriend there, and he told me that he thought the singing was coming from my room. They thought maybe I was watching something on TV and just turned it up to block out the sound. Weird. This house was an older house, built in 1959, and built in an L shape, with one side of the L having bedrooms and bathrooms, and the other side had the den, dining room, kitchen, another room that could be used as an office or a spare bedroom, and ended up with the garage. All doors and windows had wrought iron. It started that when we would leave the house, we would lock the wrought iron door going into the house from the garage, and many times upon our return, the door would be unlocked. The same happened when we were in the house. The door would remain unlocked while we were all inside the house, but many times, when I would have to go to the garage, the door would be locked. Also, this house had been renovated. It had new tile, carpet, cabinets in the kitchen and such. But certain rooms had these old-style push-button light switches. They would be lit if the lights in the room were off, and then you would push it and the switch would make a loud, audible double click. Sounded like a ch-ch. Then the lights would turn on. In the hallway, the guest bathroom's lights started turning on at different times of the night, but only when we were awake. We could be watching TV in the den and you would hear the click, and the light in the bathroom would be on. No one was around when it did this. We could find no reason for it to be doing this. I remember shortly after we had moved in, I had a brother over to help me connect all my devices to connect a new Wi-Fi modem. After he was done getting everything set up, it was dark outside, and he asked where the bathroom was. I told him first floor on the left, down the hallway. I heard him go in, press the light switch, ka-chuk, and as I heard him relieving himself, the house was not that big of a house. I heard the loud ka-chuk again, and then my brother screamed out, "What the fuck?" He flushed and came out. We told him we had all heard it and told him that this was happening on a regular basis. As we were still settling in this house, I bought a touch-sensitive lamp that I could place on the table next to my son's hospital bed, so that those times when he called to me late at night, I could just go in and tap the light and have light in his room. From off, if you touched the light, once it would light dimly or low. The second touch would be a brighter medium. A third touch would put the light to its brightest setting, and of course, the fourth touch would turn it off again. Well, after about a week that this light was there, it started to turn on in the middle of the night, but it always seemed to turn on between 12 a.m. and 2 a.m., and it was always on the second, medium setting, never the low or the high setting. There was no way that my disabled son would have been able to reach that light, as it was to the left of his bed and out of his reach. He had limited range of motion in his arms after his car accident. This light turned on every night, without fail. There were several times that I would try to stay awake just so I could catch the light turning on and run into the room and catch our invisible culprit. It never worked. I could be sitting up in bed with my door open, watching for the hallway to brighten from the light being turned on. I was never able to catch it. As soon as I would start to doze off and my eyes would close, I would snap awake, and the light would already be on. At this time, I downloaded a ghost hunter app on my iPhone to test some things. That night, I was walking around my house, trying to get EMF readings. They were highest in my son's room. My brother was over again that night and told me I was probably picking up the electrical current from the wiring in the walls. So we decided to kill all the power in the house at the main fuse box and check the room again. Even with the power turned off, the EMF readings were highest in the guest bedroom and highest again in my disabled sunroom. One night, I had my girlfriend staying over that night and we had to have our fun. We opened the door to my room so if my son called, I could hear him. We went to sleep. I woke up with her screaming and yelling that someone was at the door. I looked and sure enough, there was a shadowy figure at the door. I'm getting goosebumps typing this. I jumped out of the bed and I saw it move to the door and I ran into the hallway. From there I saw the shape go into the bathroom, the same one that had the light being turned on by itself. I turned on the light, my hands shaking and the room was empty. I could not get my girlfriend to go back to sleep and she packed up all of her stuff and left. The next day, I decided to go across the street to speak with my landlord and tell him the strange things that were happening. It was then that he told me he had bought the house after a woman that had lived there passed on. She died in the house. And he bought it and turned it into a rental property, and it was his first tenant in that house. After I told him all of these things, he told me that he was willing to rent a video camera that he could set up in my son's room. I told him maybe. Then we would see how these things progress so as no one had to be harmed, or whatever in the house did not seem malevolent in any way. As weeks turned into months and each night passed, meant me waking up in the middle of the night to turn off the light in my son's room, as he would wake up eventually. The doors around the house would lock and unlock themselves. The light in the bathroom would turn on and off. We kind of got used to it. One night I was asleep in my room. I had the AC on, and the ceiling fan was on, and my El Paso summer nights can be hot as hell. Anyway, I was asleep and I was awakened by the sound of vertical blinds knocking against themselves. I ward off the air being moved by the fan of the AC, maybe. I closed my eyes, and I was just about to doze off again, when I felt the air in the back of my head prick up. I closed my eyes tighter and told myself, don't look. As soon as I thought that, I felt breathing on my right ear. Plain as day, and something whispered, "Mother," into my ear. I yelled and jumped out of bed and turned on the lights, and nothing was there. As time moved on, I started dating another woman with 3 kids, and when things started to get serious between her and I converted the room that could be used as an office to a spare bedroom with a set of bunk beds and another small bed for his girlfriend's youngest daughter. As they would come over and start spending weekends with us, they started experiencing it too. Mostly the shadow figure. The little girl was the one that would see this the most, get scared and come into our room and jump into the bed with us. All of us had experience with the shadow, as we started to call it. There were times I would be watching TV in the den and I would feel the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I would spin around only to catch a dark streak moving away, and in a second it was gone. Anyway, as our 1-year lease was coming close to an end, I contacted the El Paso Paranormal Society and asked if they could come out and check out the house. I called them, sent an email by their website, never got an answer. My girlfriend and I got married. This didn't last, but that's another story. And we ended up buying a house in the same neighborhood, only 3 blocks away from this one. As we were almost done with our move, I was finally contacted by the El Paso Paranormal Society. Needless to say, they were anxious to come check out the house and wanted to set up an appointment about 2 weeks from the day of their call. I told them they were already moving to a new place and that they would not be living there any longer by the time they would be able to come out. So the guy I spoke to timed me. Make sure that the last thing that I should do when I leave this house for the final time would be to announce to whatever was in that house that it needed to stay there and that it was not allowed to follow me. His telling me this gave me the chills, but I said, sure, okay. That night, as me and my girlfriend were getting the last things out of that house, we did a final walkthrough, making sure all of the lights were off, the doors locked, etc. The landlord had already been over to inspect, just asked us to leave a light on in the house. We chose to leave the light on in the kitchen, as it had a window with vertical blinds that looked out into the driveway of the house. This way it would seem as if someone was home. As my wife and I got into each other's cars, we had our windows down and we were speaking to each other. I remember what the ghost hunter guy had told me. I yelled over to my wife, "Hold on a sec." I got out of the car, unlocked and opened the front door, stood in the doorway and said, "Whatever is in this house, this is now your house. You're not allowed to follow us. You must stay here." I backed out of the house, closed and locked the door, and got back into my car. I yelled over to my wife, "Let's go," when all of a sudden, right in front of both of us, we saw one of the vertical blinds in the kitchen window move sideways, as if someone was looking out, getting chills again. We looked at each other and said, "Let's get the fuck out of here." We left. I almost left one of the creepiest things. There was one morning when I awoke very early, like 4:30, and that damn light was on in my son's room again. I always tried to catch the light, and it turned off before I woke my son due to his brain injury. Sleep was very important for him to have. As I walked in quietly to turn off the light, I was pissed that had been going on so long and nightly. I tapped the light twice to turn it off and started to walk out of the room. I stopped at the foot of my son's hospital bed and said out loud, "If there is something here, turn on that fucking light." And almost immediately, the light turned on. I did not realize that my son, who I thought was asleep all the time, woke up. The look of terror on his face shook me to the core. To this day, I still have nightmares about that morning and the look on his face. After that morning, I unplugged that lamp and put it away in the garage. Still, like I said, there were other things that occurred here, but the post would be easily 10 times what I posted to even begin to touch on most of it. The house is real. It is located at 2921 First Street, EP, Texas. You can Google it and see what it looks like, a normal house. You can even see the kitchen window. That is close to the driveway, and that a single vertical blind pushed sideways that last night there. Update. Now for the kicker. Since I made the original post, I've been contacted by 2 persons that knew this house and knew the couple that lived there. As mentioned earlier, the woman that lived there previously died in that house. What I did not know was that she died and stayed in that house undiscovered for little more than a week. Eventually, the police were called in as one of the people have contacted me about the original post to do a wellness check due to the mail and newspapers starting to pile up and no one answering the door when they would knock. After the police gained access to the house, she was found dead in the hallway. BTWN, my son's room, and the bathroom, and the light would turn off and on at times of the night. Also, I was told this lady that lived in the house became very hangry and hateful as she grew older. She was paranoid and developed dementia. She became so hateful and cruel that she alienated all of her family, even her husband, who eventually moved out and paid the bills while she lived there alone. When she passed, the husband, this lady kept the urn with his ashes on the kitchen table and looked out in front of the driveway, the same window that had the vertical blind pushed sideways as if someone was looking out at me and my wife at the time of our last night, the house when we moved out. I was told that the room that my son slept in, that the lady suffered more and more from dementia. She made a shrine of sorts, with paper after paper, taped to the wall, asking God to save her, to not hate her, to forgive her, for her family to love her. The same wall when my son was set up in that room had his medals from track and cross country, pictures of his friends, newspaper articles. I was even told by the same person that when she was younger, one of the lady's daughters told her, this neighbor's witness, when this daughter was a child, that she did not like to be in that room because a dark smoke came out of the outlet at night, the same outlet that my son had his touch lamp plugged into. This means that there was also something in that house even while the couple that lived there were both alive. As told by me, by this same witness, this house was the first house built in the subdivision back in 1959. I wonder now, what was it built over? Believe me when I say there is much more that happened in this house that did not cover. So much, in fact, that I'd always thought about writing about it as a book. My own tests and traps that I set up to try to document proof were kind of crazy too. I went so far as dusting a metal dome of a touch lamp with corn flour to see if there would ever be prints, running thread the same color of the carpet an inch from the floor across my son's doorway so that it was almost unseen, hoping to see the string snapped from whatever entered my son's room at night. Never got a damn thing. It has been years since I lived there, and this house is very close to my son's mother's house. The time that I have to go over there, to my ex's house, I make it to a point, drive by this place. There are new tenants there, well, not new as they've lived there since shortly after I moved out. I always wonder if they too are having experiences there. Ghosts are real, hauntings are real. I think and believe that both my son and I both had very close calls with almost dying, another story for another time, that this made us more susceptible and open to the entities in that house. Anyway, the story is all true. The house is real. I do not know if the new tenants had any new experiences, and I see no reason to go back to that house and find out. The swimming hole. This is an actual event that took place just a few nights ago. The incident actually happened and scared the heck out of me, which is actually not that easy to do anymore. So this past Wednesday night, I decided that I was going to go over to my family cemetery to do some EVP and video work. Now I do this a lot in my family cemetery, and I get some good EVP activity there. Normally I stop about a mile down the road at an old small county church. I do this to pray for protection because my great-grandfather owned and preached there as well as my great-uncle. But for some reason, I didn't stop there. Instead, I went to another spot down the road from the cemetery. I pulled off the road into a drive on some vacant property that my aunt and uncle owned. It was surrounded by thick wooden hills and a creek right across the road. I backed into the driveway and I parked with the lights on and motor running. I started my video recording and began explaining what I was doing this night. And as I'm talking, I'm facing the creek. I took note that this was one of those nights where it was very dark, no moonlight or anything. And at one point I thought I saw something pop up over the creek bank and ducked back down quickly. I really didn't pay it any mind and kept narrating my video, only to realize that it did it again. I noted mentally that it appeared to be a human-type head, either a pale or whitish gray. I wasn't feeling scared or anything, but I did realize that the air felt heavier than before, and I pressed onward until I raised up the third time, and I stopped talking because I heard what I thought was a deep male voice, faint, but I heard it. Then in that moment it hit me hard, the fight or flight feeling, that gut instinct for self-preservation. I then felt as if something dark or evil was approaching, and that it meant serious business. I said out loud, no, 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 I gotta get out of here now, right now. It felt as if I was watching a pissed off Kodiak grizzly running at me full bore to eat me alive. I threw the truck into drive and punched the gas, getting away from the area as quick as possible. I began reciting the Lord's Prayer and praying out loud while demanding that whatever entity had gotten into the truck with me get out. There was a loud double thump directly behind my seat. I yelled very loudly to get out now. I was still praying when I cut the wheel and turned the church lot. Then I called out to the great-grandpa and my great-uncle to help remove whatever climbed into the truck with me. Between out of the driveway and pulling into the church lot, I was jumped twice. Each time was very strong and it took my breath away. It felt as if every drop of adrenaline had dumped into my system. They felt like a strong panic attack, but worse. I've been told that what happens, the spirit you have encountered, is jumping into your body, giving you a very serious warning. I've had it happen a few times at other locations, but never that hard or strong. But after praying out loud for several minutes, the air felt much lighter, and the gut feeling subsided. I started reviewing my video and audio, and found that just as I said no, 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 there was a faint male voice that says, "Attack him," and that it did. Now, the creek across from where I parked has a dark history. My mom and my dad, as well as their brothers and sisters, all were raised right in that area. There's a deep hole right there, and they would all go down there and swim as kids and teenagers. One of my uncles had a best friend that drowned in that hole back in 1960. My uncle also drowned down there in the early 1970s, but was revived. It was also the site of a fatal car crash accident where a young male that was getting ready to leave for Vietnam lost control of his '57 Chevy, and the car ended up that far in the bank and caught fire. The car was never pulled out, and some of it is still there today. My grandmothers both told me, as long as I can remember, to stay out of that hole unless I wanted to die. I don't know what I encountered the other night, but it definitely was upset that I was there, and it felt evil, to say the least. Experience from a skeptic. I will keep the recap of my experience brief, but I want to warn readers that the end result is probably very mundane compared to other things you have heard. So when a very close friend of mine had passed away about 5 years ago, my entire family was very close to her, and she had been romantically involved with a sibling of mine for years up to that point. Needless to say, I was devastated to see her go so young. She was in her mid-20s, and my sibling and her partner wanted to attempt a seance to contact her. We were by no means professionals at this, nor were any of us particularly knowledgeable on the subject, not even at a casual level, so the possibility that we screwed something up along the way is nearly guaranteed. It was myself, my siblings mentioned above, my brother, and a mutual friend of ours. Another friend of mine was in the room as well, but he was not participating. Probably not a good idea, I know. For the most part, the seance was uneventful. I don't even remember most of what constituted the ritual. But there was one thing that stuck out to each of us. During the session, we heard a singular knock from inside the house. It came from a door right next to the kitchen, where we were performing the seance, and led downstairs to the basement. There were no people nor pets downstairs at the time, so I'm not sure what could have created the sound. I do have some non-paranormal ideas in my head. Somebody in the group may have somehow faked it without me noticing, for example. But I'm curious to know what people think I could have been from a paranormal perspective, if at all. Bleeding castle walls. This is a story from my dad that he told me a few years ago, and I asked if I could share it on this sub, and he agreed. For context, this was around the late 80s in the UK, and my dad was visiting a place called Chillingham Castle for a school trip. As some of you may or may not know, castles around the UK are known for being quite haunted, and Chillingham is not an exception. However, the experience my dad had is quite different to anything I've heard of before. There is a courtyard in the center of the castle, and my dad's tour group had been shown around it previously and began to move on to another area of the castle. However, my dad had managed to misplace his hat and assumed he'd left it in the courtyard. After telling his teacher, he split off from the group to return to the courtyard and entered it. He quickly spotted his hat on the ground and grabbed it, but when he raised his head up to the stand, the courtyard walls were coated completely in dark red blood. The blood oozed down the walls slowly and quite literally was everywhere on every single wall, even the windows. Obviously terrified, he ran straight out of the courtyard and back to our tour group as fast as possible and told a few of his mates, but none of them believed him. The group briefly passed near the courtyard again. When my dad looked at all the blood, disappeared completely. He said that he swears to this day it happened, but has no idea how or why. Does anyone have any similar stories? I recently went over to a friend's house to investigate some phenomena that have been happening at her apartment. She thinks it has been her Nona, but I warned her it could be something else. I walked in, brought my spirit box and SLS camera, There was definitely someone there, but I couldn't make out if it was a good or a bad spirit. As I was explaining what the devices there were, my friend was about to say her Nona's name, but I warned her to stop. If you come across a spirit and is acting friendly, someone who lost someone would think, oh, it's my grandfather, or something along those lines. You never want to say the person you lost's name, and even think that other spirits can blurt out the exact name and pretend to be that person close to you. But really, they are not friendly and will attach or drain your energy. After I told her this, I told her a story about my great-grandfather, specifically stating their name. 3 minutes later, I asked if the person in the room with us, what is your name? Albert, my great-grandfather's name. I looked at her and I said, there's your evidence right there. How do I know it's not my great-grandfather? He and I are not on speaking terms. We just got into a fight. He went away for a while, so I knew it could not. Also, some of you might think, oh, it could actually be the spirit's name. The way it was said and how it continued with the conversation based on what I told my friend about my GG, I definitely knew it was not. So please be careful. What you say out loud the next time you think you're trying to communicate with spirits, the better thought would be, may I have your name? Can I ask who I'm speaking to? Something along those lines. Stay safe out there. My terrifying experience in college. I was in my freshman year of college. I was doing well mentally, a lot of thoughts jumping in my mind. My room was fairly sized. I had one roommate. We were doing fine. Halfway through the winter semester, I got a horrible feeling of anxiety in this room. If I went to my friend's room, it would be fine, but I always felt like something was watching me in mine. My roommate also started to feel this way. She would constantly be getting sleep paralysis and horrid dreams. She finally had enough and started sleeping at her boyfriend's. So I was alone. Everything was gloomy. I had to sleep with some lights on because it just felt like someone was there. About 2 days later, my roommate's still not there. I go to bed, and I hear breathing. It wasn't close to me, but I could still hear it. I was facing my roommate's bed. Behind me was a brick wall. I open my eyes, and I see this black figure laying down on her bed. I silently freaked out but tried to stay still and kept watching. And when I did, I sat up. It looked at me. It had burgundy red eyes. And like a black mist emitting from its body, I hated that. Immediately turned into the brick wall and started saying some mantras, not my first spirit, and covered my face with the blankets. When I thought that it was going to be okay, I stopped, and all of a sudden I felt something right near me, and the spirit in my ear said, "If you sleep tonight, I will kill you." Huh. I was terrified. I tried not to sleep, but I accidentally passed out, and oh boy, that dream I had that night was weird. Basically, I was in a desert with these people sitting in a circle, and in the middle was a dark figure. They started chanting, and I was scared to say anything. I had no idea what was being said, but the leader was yelling at me to chant with them, but it was too late, and the dark figure stabbed me in the heart. And I just laid there, until like this blue fire rose around me, and these circles with lines on the sides appeared all over my body, and I started chanting, and the dark figure died. I woke up falling out of bed and clutched my chest because I felt like something stabbed me, but no blood, no open wounds. I never saw that spirit again after that. I called my RA, and she said last year some girls had the same experience with a dark figure with red eyes. They ended up blessing the room after the semester was open. Definitely freaky. Hated every second of it. Menacing memory. I was about 15 years old, living in a rented house with my mom. My bedroom was on the front of the house, and my bed had 2 mattresses on it, a spring mattress on the bottom and a soft foam mattress on the top. My bed was positioned on the outer center wall, under the window. I woke up one night for no particular reason, but felt uneasy in this heavy, quiet sensation in the corner of the room diagonally opposite my bed, in the corner of the inner walls of the room. Something was clinging to the ceiling and walls. It was almost completely transparent, but the light was distorted, bending around the curvatures and edges of its form. It was humanoid in shape, but devoid of features. It hung there in the top right of the corner, the opposite wall, as if it had been back-pressed into the corner, and its feet and hands were upside its body, sort of like how Spider-Man might hang in such a spot. Although I'm not sure I'd seen any Spider-Man content. This was 20 years ago, and I didn't read comics. It had been watching me sleep. When it saw I was awake, it started moving along the top of the far wall, closer to my bed. Then it started moving along the ceiling towards me. It didn't have its limbs. It was more like it hovered along its path. I was paralyzed with fear and my heart was racing. This thing came across the ceiling until it was directly above me, and then slowly descended down over me, and my mattress sunk down with the weight of it, where its limbs pressed into the mattress on both sides of me, as if it were on all fours, leaning down into my face. All I could do was squeeze my eyes shut, turn my face away, screaming in my head over and over again for this thing to go away. Only a few moments later, everything returned to normal. I heard ambient sound return, waves from the nearby ocean, and the wind outside. I could pull my blanket up, so it mustn't have been a bed anymore. Without even opening my eyes, I didn't want to see if it was still there. I pulled the blanket up over my head and stayed there under the blanket. My mom's cat, who doesn't like me, came and hopped up onto my bed, laid on my chest, to sleep, which was unusual. This bears a lot of hallmarks of sleep paralysis, and as an adult, I found out my brother suffered with sleep paralysis a lot as a child, but didn't know what was happening. This whole experience was extremely vivid and malevolent, though, and to this day, it's kept me guessing about what's happened that night. It's been 20 years. My haunted experiences. I grew up in a small town in Indiana. From kindergarten all the way up to 5th grade. My grandfather was a landlord and let me, my mom, brother, and later down the road, my soon-to-be-born sister, live in this house. I grew up religious, but my mom never forced us to believe what she believed. She wanted us to think for ourselves and learn about other religions and decide what we wanted. But I still don't know whether I believe in ghosts. I do believe in angels and demons. The first story, didn't happen at my house, is a good backstory to how I became fascinated with the paranormal. I will title the first story, The Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper. I was a baby, I believe, or at least still young enough to sleep in a crib. My grandparents on my dad's side had always been a big part of my life, and I still, at the age of 22, try to go up as much as possible. One night, I was laid down in my crib. I remember waking up and staring at the posters in my father's room. My grandparents never took them down, and still to this day, they are up. These posters are on a large piece of wood that is hung from the ceiling and is in the back of a large train track my grandfather built. One of the pictures always used to scare me. It was of a circus, and the tiger had snarled up nose and large teeth. The storage room also in this bedroom. It's normally filled with Christmas decorations and board games. My grandma always told us not to go in there because things could fall and she didn't want us to get hurt. As I turned over in my crib, someone walked out. Not someone I recognize. This man was tall and completely black, wearing what I can only describe as a cloak with a large hood. This thing walked out of the storage room, out of my bedroom door, and down the stairs. This object moved slowly and looked almost transparent. I don't remember being scared or crying. I still sleep in that room today. I remembered it as if it was yesterday. Being that young, seeing things I couldn't explain, I believe it conditioned me to see and experience the things I saw, felt, and heard in my home. such as the lady on the ceiling. The lady on the ceiling. My brother and I are 2 years apart in age and have always been two peas in a pod. My first experience in this house was not something I saw, but rather felt. I wasn't in kindergarten, and I had a room to myself. Sometimes, when I was scared, I would sense a woman in my room. I never saw her, but I always had a picture of her in my mind. She wasn't on the ceiling, but I never pictured her standing on the ground. I knew it was a woman's presence. I felt this woman for 6 years until we eventually moved out. The attic door temperature change. Like I said, my brother's room was right next to mine, connected by the hallway. Think of a conjoined hotel room. But was always cold. Even though we had central heating and cooling, his door was never shut, because I found some comfort in being able to see him at night. His room had an attic attached to it. This door was thick and old. The only thing keeping it locked was a barrel bolt lock. The floor was weak, and we could fall through the ceiling if we're to go in there. At least that's what my mom said. Sometimes when we would wake up, the door would be open. My mom thought it was us for a while. We told her it wasn't, and she made it very clear it was dangerous and we would get hurt. My brother and I just got used to it and would just close it and lock it if we saw it open. It didn't stop there. It began to move through the house. Bumps in the night. This story happened to my mom. We lived in town, so hearing people talk outside wasn't that big of a deal. Everyone knew everyone, and sometimes people would sit on our porch and smoke a cigarette. We always heard people talking. The closer you got to the talking, the farther away you got. You would look outside and no one would be there. You could never make out what they were saying. Sometimes it was angry, and sometimes it sounded like a normal conversation. And then the ghost, demon, entity began ringing our doorbell. The doorbell. The doorbell always rang, day and night. At first we thought it was my friend's ding-dong ditching my house. But it only did that at certain times. We told my friends to stop, and they were persistent it wasn't them. When we would be casually having a conversation and say a number in a sentence, you can have 2 pieces of cake, and the doorbell would ring 2 times. It took us a while to catch on, and we started engaging, telling the spirit to ring it 5 times, and it would. We started having some fun. My mom wasn't a huge fan, but my friend and I decided to take some EVPs. EVPs. The only prominent EVP I ever caught was on a flip phone. My friend and I went into the bathroom and started asking questions. We told the spirit to touch us. We told them that we can stand normal, or in a funky fashion, in a man's voice. It said real fast, funky fashion. I don't remember being touched, and neither does she, but when we played it back, you could hear it. We showed my mom, and you could tell she believed us, but blew it off. Later that week, I went to my grandma's, the one with the possessed storage room. And little did I know, my mom had the house blessed by her friends who hunted ghosts. They said it should help. Boy, were they wrong. It helped for a little, but things got more sinister. Filament in the bulbs. The filament in light bulbs is a thing that produces light. When light bulbs bust or blow, it's the thing you can hear shaking around in the glass. We were having a cookout, and again, this is one of my mom's stories. She went into the bathroom and heard a slight tink sound, almost as if you were lightly tapping on a spoon on a glass. She flipped the lights on and looked in the mirror. It was them all. 5 light bulbs blew. Not just blew, exploded. Like something in a horror movie. It was one at a time. She didn't notice until she brought her friend in to show him. And she said it was almost impossible because all 5 of the filaments were intact. He said they should have separated. Shortly after we started sleeping in my mom's bed. Glass shatter with Bible. My brother and I liked when my mom read to us, and we found comfort in her reading to us the Bible for some reassurance. One night my mom was reading us verses. My brother and I were scared the spirit, what I believe now to be a demon, would touch us. She read John chapter 5, verses 18-21. We know that everyone who has been born of God does not keep on sinning, but he who has born of God protects him, and the evil one does not touch him. It was when she told us we would be safe because the devil can scare us. The devil can make bad things happen in our life, but he cannot touch us as long as we believe in God. It was at that time another tick was heard. As soon as we were quiet, the glass of water my mom was sitting beside her exploded. Exploded! She told us that she had dropped it coming up the stairs, but years later she told us she had no idea why it had exploded. We had the house blessed again by the same people, and they told us the small hallway between my brother and I's room was a portal with high readings. We later moved out of the house to a town about 30 minutes away. My grandfather reinvented the house out to another family mentor and visited his house. My brother and I were told not to tell the kids about what we had experienced. We promised, but after a month, that family had packed up and moved to Michigan without notice. About a year ago, I was telling these stories to a girl we adopted during quarantine, as she is easily scared, and I thought it would be funny. I decided to Google search the house to do a virtual tour, since it is empty again, to give her a visual of where things happened. When you Google the address, nothing pops up. It's as if the house doesn't exist. When you Google Earth the address, there's nothing. I located my grandfather's address because he lived next door and took the cursor down the street. What I saw was shocking. I won't tell you what I saw, so you are completely unbiased and can draw the conclusion for yourself. Circular ghost? When I was 5 or 6, my grandmother died, and my mom traveled overseas to attend her funeral. When she returned, I could not sleep, or maybe I missed my mom, so she allowed me to sleep in her bed that night. I was awakened at some point that night and saw a circular light on the wall. I guess I was smart enough to look at the curtain because I thought someone was shining a light into the room, but the curtains were drawn and there was no light on them. My mom's dresser, that had a mirror mounted to it, sat diagonally in the corner of the room. After looking at the curtain, I turned my eyes back to the light, which was now sinking below the horizon of the top of the mirror, just like the sunsets. Within seconds, it completely sank and was hidden behind the mirror. At that point, I woke up my mom and said to her about the light, and then went back to sleep. Several years later, I remembered this event and mentioned it to my mother. She told me that when I awoke her, that I told her an old lady woke me up. She concluded that it was the spirit of her mother who was checking on her after a flight home. I only told this story a few times over the years, and every time goosebumps would form on my arms. Met something in Night Park. It's right on the edge of the city, and while the park looks like about 2 square miles of wild nature, it's surrounded with city from 3 sides, and with suburban area and mall from the 4th. Thus, it's not some wild lands of Bigfoots, but apparently this place has something. As always after work, I sometimes go to this park at night. Place is safe, no animals bigger than a squirrel, so nothing to worry about. This time, I decided not to walk by its trails and alleys, but to go in the distant part, where all the bottom of wide ravine flows a small, about 2-meter wide and shallow stream, supporting local ponds. Shores are open and have some sticky black clay on them in some spots, and local village long time ago was named Black Mud after this. But in many places, in a meter or 2 from the shore, starts bushes and trees. I was going by this shore. Night is clear enough, and no trees above the stream, so I could see without a flashlight. Nothing suspicious, only ordinary night forest sounds. Then I saw some movement behind the bushes in front of me, where the stream turns from my shore. Here I should add that overall, while I'm a bit afraid of darkness, yes, it's a strange combination with the night park walks. I got used to the night park, visited it for years, so almost every part is very familiar to me. Besides, it's all surrounded by civilization. So, I saw some movement in those bushes about 15 meters from me. Slowly, trying not to make a sound by stepping on some crunchy branch on the shore, I walked forwards. Between the bushes there was some free space, enough for me to get forwards in between. Behind them, there was a small meadow, and then, here it's hard for me to tell. My mind since then makes me think that I saw a dog, but I can't remember. No visual of dog, no breed, no size, nothing. I do not remember what I saw there, but what I did next, I instinctively rushed backwards to the stream, took from the ground the biggest branch I could, and ran away from there, looking backwards often, but there was nothing. I stopped only on the hill in a half of a mile, overlooking the foresty ravine bottom around the stream. It was calm and quiet. I finally dropped my stick and, confused, went home. So far, I have no idea what it could be, but back then I was in like a panic mode for a few minutes, and then it was okay again, like an on-off switch. The Man in Brown. An interesting tale when I was 9. So I've had some experiences in my life where I had looked back and really had a hard time understanding and taking them for what they were. I think we've all had these, and we look for the time and place to explore for answers. We keep these experiences in our minds more than others, and they stay. So for a little background, this story takes place in my family's home. My family's had this land since the 40s, I believe. My parents had received a plot of land from my family in the 80s, and they had built a home. We've been there ever since. So this story is a quick one, and I will get to it. When I was 9, around 2001, I believe I was at home alone with my older brother. Our parents had gone out for the evening. This is probably around 3 p.m., which makes this so strange. We were hanging out, and I had to go use the restroom, and for whatever reason, I chose to leave the door open. Preference. So I set it there, doing my thing, and I remember looking toward the door, and all of a sudden a man in a brown suit walked past the doorway. When this happened, I remembered not thinking of anything for whatever reason. My brother was in the living room, so anyone who walked down the hallway, he would have watched them pass him. I walked out of there, back to where he was, and asked him who that was, and he had no idea what I was talking about, and left it at that. Just about 8 years later, I remember bringing it up to my brother, after never saying anything about it, and he remembered exactly what I was talking about. He remembered me asking who was there, and he didn't know what I was talking about. Then for him, it was just his 9-year-old brother, asking him something weird. The man walked by that day and didn't look at me or anything, just walked by and never seen him again. Oh, well, how always went on with that one. The Gray in the Night. True story that happened to me and some friends. This happened in northeastern Oklahoma, within the Cherokee Reservation, around 2008, in the beginning of fall. Myself and 8 other friends went to school. We all met up with a friend's house to hang out for the night around a campfire and listen to music. We all were about 15 or 16 years old. My friend had a trail that went maybe over a quarter of a mile into the woods, where it led to an open circle in the wooded area. There was a fire pit with a single tree and another trail that led south from the opening where we'd be hanging out for the night. We sat around this and that bullshitting into the night And may I remind you, we are not partying. No booze, no smoke, no nothing. Just 9 of us out in the woods having a good time. It gets around 2:30 or 3, and things changed. We are all having a good time, and my friend T. John gets up and heads to the entrance of the South Trail at the edge of the cut, out to take a piss. I just happened to look up from the fire and turned to look at him, and up from him in the trail, this gray figure stood in front of him about 20 yards away. I asked him quietly if he saw it, and he looks up and comes back to the fire with the rest of us. My eyes are locked on this figure standing in the dark. This thing standing about 7 feet tall with a static, cloudy look to it. Its legs started about where the bottom of one's chest plate would be. Long, lanky arms which lay down along where its knees would be, with black, hollow eyes with no mouth or nose. All 9 of us are staring at this thing, and no one can move. Some started to cry, some kept their heads down, but I kept my eyes right on it, looking at this thing while it stood there looking right back at us. It moved horizontally to the right into the woods, off the South Trail, slowly moving around. It got to the part in the woods that during the day you could see was about a 7-foot rock wall. When it approached, it hovered over this wall with no struggles at all, then slowly backed off into the darkness of the woods. We stayed there till the sun came up, then we got out of there. We never talked about that until about 15 years after. Some of them became my best friends, and then they can recall that night, just as I did in this post. Went to that spot a few times after it. At a night we never saw anything. Looking back, did we really see something, or was it just a case of mass hysteria? I can see it in my mind, clear as day. I don't know what would happen if I saw it again. Old Jail After Dark Experience, St. Augustine, Florida. My wife and I love watching paranormal-themed shows. We've watched nearly every episode of every popular ghost hunting show there is. Currently watching old episodes of Kindred Spirits. We traveled down to St. Augustine, Florida last year for a week, and we had a lot of fun. We did a haunted bar crawl, checked out the fort, old town, and the beach. My wife discovered a tour entitled The Old Jail After Dark, which is essentially an opportunity to do a paranormal investigation of the old jail. This location has been featured on a few of the paranormal TV shows, Ghost Hunters especially. The price tag was $100 per person, and you began at midnight and ran through 2 a.m. You'd be given essentially the same equipment you see on the TV show, and the ability to investigate the jail. My wife and I decided to do it, and planned it a few days out. In the meantime, we did the daytime tour to learn more information about the history of the location, which we felt would become handy for the investigation itself. We arrived at the jail shortly before midnight, and was taken next door to the museum area where chairs were set up and a table with equipment on it. We ended up being one of the 2 couples of the investigation. The website states up to 12 could be allowed at once. And when booking the site, they told you how many spots were available, so we chose a night with a lot of availability, hoping to be part of a small group. We succeeded. A guy named Francis, who was very, very nice, led our investigation for the evening. He gave us a rundown on what to expect, the time limit, the rules and restrictions, as well as the rundown on the equipment. The wife and I were pretty familiar with it. The other couple somewhat was too, so we spent more time on the non-equipment spiel. One thing of note, we had to wait a few minutes after this, before being brought over next door. I also found it interesting we weren't briefed inside the jail, but next door at the museum. So we were brought over into the jail and into the kitchen where all the equipment was staged. We were then told that since we were a small group, we would be given free reign over the jail, as typically they have larger groups and Francis likes to split them up as to not contaminate evidence. The equipment we had available to us: FILR, thermal camera, K2 meter, REM pod, spirit box, dowsing rods, and a boo buddy. There was also a laser grid set up at the sheriff's office on the door leading to the backyard, as it tends to open on its own. Some context. The jail had no running water, even up until it isn't in the 60s. The sheriff's name was Joe Perry, and he was an absolute tyrant and terror. I won't give you the entire story of the jail, but thought these might be important. We grabbed a thermal cam, K2 meter, spirit box, and an REM pod and began investigating. The investigation. Solitary confinement, death row. We started in solitary confinement and death row, which was just off from the kitchen downstairs. We set out the REM pod, turned on the K2 meter, and had the thermal cam going. We entered the solitary confinement cell and got no readings. No REM pod hits. My wife was recording audio on her phone. After reviewing nothing, we crossed the hall to a regular cell and got a few hits on the K2. I turned on the spirit box and got a garbled response. The K2 did seem to respond to questions. I must note that my wife and I began our investigation of each new area, announcing ourselves and that we came in respect, and that if they wished to communicate with us, they could. We wanted to be respectful as possible to any spirits that may have been there. We completed our investigation here and moved on to the 2 women's cells. Women's cells. This was our first real activity of the night. There were 2 women's cells right off of death row and the kitchen. Women were forced to work in the kitchen. So we introduced ourselves and I asked for permission to enter the cell. I sat an REM pod at the top bunk and had a K2 in hand. We explained the equipment and began asking questions. We weren't getting much until I asked if they didn't like using the bucket they had to use the bathroom in. The REM pod began going off at the mention of the word bucket. I asked for confirmation and got a second REM pod response. We asked a few additional questions and didn't get a response, including, "Did you like the sheriff?" I asked if the sheriff was still there, and the REM pod went off. When we announced we were leaving, the REM pod began going off. We thanked the spirits and sympathized with them. This was also caught on the camera with audio. General population. We went upstairs to the Gen Pop area and entered into the cells. Cells are open on 2 sides with an area beside each side that's open for inmates to mingle, but still locked on either side as guards can walk around the perimeter of the cells. And sat at the metal table. We sat the REM pod on the table as well as the K2 meter. My wife begins recording audio on her phone. Francis is also joining us as well as the other couple which is investigating on the outer perimeter of the cells. So everyone we knew about involved in the investigation that night is all in this one area. We began by introducing ourselves, as usual, and asking pointed questions. The REM pod begins lighting up like the 4th of July, and I had asked the spirit box to back off some numerous times. We asked it if it was an innate to light it up again, and it went off loudly. This was all captured on audio. Also captured on audio were a couple of EVPs. During our line of questioning, when the REM pod wasn't going off, I heard a faint whisper that said, "Kill Joe." I enhanced the evidence, and it seemed to be definitely spoken words. A few minutes later, we caught another EVP of a whisper saying, "Joe, die." My wife asked if a spirit could tell us their name. There is a very immediate response and a breathy no. In the interest of time, we decided to move on. The sleeping quarters across the way. Sleeping quarters. We spent 20 to 25 minutes here and caught no evidence. Kitchen. We sat the REM pod by the coffee grinder. Women spent hours here and asked questions. No answers. Francis enters and we start talking and shooting the breeze a bit. My wife once again is recording audio on her phone. I have the spirit box on hand and ask if the innate is female, and the male voice responds, "Yes." Fran and I laugh about it since it was a male voice. Shortly after this, I began feeling a tingling in my hand, and suddenly my spirit box as well as the other spirit box that was on the counter both die simultaneously. This was also caught on audio. Shortly after that, this gargling voice is heard saying something like, "I'm dead." Sounds very Crypt Keeper-like. This was captured on audio only. My wife stayed in the kitchen with Fran, and I ventured across the foyer into the sheriff's office. The sheriff's office, part 1. I'm alone in the sheriff's office with just the spirit box. I'm asking questions and getting no responses. I've been in the room maybe 7 or 8 minutes when I asked, "How many people are in this room?" When the spirit box responds immediately with, "You." I immediately went back to the kitchen to report this to my wife and Fran. Backyard area. All 5 of us are now in the backyard area where they hung people, and we're just walking around. We're not capturing anything on the K2 meter or REM pod. I have the spirit box on, and I'm sitting on one of the benches. Everyone else is standing around. I ask how many people are standing out here, to which the spirit box responds with 4, which was correct, as I was the only one sitting. This was only evident and captured here. Sheriff's Office Part 2. All 5 of us reconvene and investigate the sheriff's office together. We have only the spirit box and K2s, as well as the laser grid focused on the back door. I felt like since I had success with asking number-themed questions, I'd continue that. So I asked, "How many people are in this room?" To which it immediately responded, 5. I asked, "How many women are in this room?" And it immediately responded with 2. Then I asked, "How many mannequins are in this room?" And it responded with 2. All correct answers. Fran was beside himself and more excited than I was on Christmas 1998 when I got my N64. Sometime later, I'm seated in a chair. Wife is next to me. Fran is by the laser grid, and the other couple next to him. There's a double-sided fireplace in the middle of the room, and the spirit box is on the mantle. I didn't hear it. I wasn't paying attention, but apparently my name was spoken through the spirit box. It was quiet, and suddenly I heard what sounded like boots walking on the hardwood floor in the office moving towards us. I could tell the wife and the other couple had heard it too, and asked if anyone heard that. She confirmed. Kitchen debriefing. It was around 3 a.m. and Fran was shutting things down and debriefing us in the kitchen, letting us know that if we captured anything, where we could send it, and was giving us instructions, and when we leave, let the spirits know they can't come with us. And suddenly he stops. Apparently, I was the only one that didn't hear a female-sounding cry. As he continued the debriefing, he stopped again, and this time all we heard was sounded like a conversation coming from upstairs. Male voices. As he closed out the night, he told us he wished they had an additional camera crew following us around that night, as we caught a lot of evidence. He said we have enough for 2 shows worth. Whether or not some of the stuff was tampered with by a third party elsewhere, the EVPs were very creepy and the overall experience was fun. We had a blast and never really felt threatened, although at times I could feel I wasn't alone. Could have been a natural feeling brought on by my circumstances. I would highly recommend the tour. Never knew what might happen. I'll add, Fran did disclose that it may be possible we could go all night and catch nothing. Okay, so I live in Montana. So if you're from my neck of the woods, you'll know this place I'm talking about. Me and my family lived in a small town called Sims. Yes, this is what the town is called. And for a while, we owned and lived at the restaurant/bar, the Fireside. It was old and was one of the first buildings that was built in the town. The front of this place was a bar and restaurant. The back was the original old house that was made first where we lived. Nothing ever happened back there. The setup was simple, and we had the bar at the very front with tables all around, the floor for anyone who didn't want to sit at the bar itself. The kitchen was behind the bar, and to the left of the bar when you walked was the counter, and a door that led to the kitchen. and the more parallel to the kitchen was the dining room. It was a bit more fancy looking, with the red carpet and cushioning on the chairs. It had lighting that was supposed to be romantic. I guess because it was creepy to me, we had 3 ghosts. Well, I say 3, but that might be the case with one of them. There was an old farmer-looking man who sat at the bar all the time. He seemed rather friendly, and I never felt afraid of him. He didn't really do much, but showed up at the end of the bar and sat. My grandma thought in life he must have visited the bar a lot, and after his death he stuck around. In the kitchen he had an older woman who seemed much older than the man at the bar, and not by looking older. I mean, she seems to have been here when the place was first built. She looked like a settler, and she was far more active than the man thought. I never saw her. I never felt scared in the kitchen. One time my grandma was cooking, and suddenly next to her she saw the woman who pointed at the food and said, "That's wrong, dear," and vanished. The person who had the most interaction with the woman was the waitress we had hired. She would come into the kitchen, turn on the lights, go out for a moment, come back and the lights would be off. Or she would turn on the burners on the oven stove, turn around back, and the burners are off. The woman just seemed mischievous at most. Then there was the dining room, and that fucking thing. I hated going into the dining room, but everyone did. My mom wouldn't go in there by herself. It was not confined to one place like the others. It went wherever it wanted, but most of the time, it was in the dining room, in the back left corner where it was pretty dark. It just sat in a chair. It would look at you. Now you may be asking, what did it look like? All I can say is it looked like a human-shaped black hole. But it didn't stay like that all the time. My mother was in the kitchen once, and out of the corner of her eye, she saw a woman. Thinking nothing of it, she continued to just finish cleaning up, when suddenly a plate was thrown full force at her head. It scared the shit out of her. She knew right then and there that that was not a woman but a thing looking at her. And before you say demon, my grandma has this demonic experience, and the thing in the fireside was not a demon. It felt different. She would tell me a demon feels hungry. This thing felt like the absence of anything, even I felt that. Recently, years later, I'm 20, and my mom told me a story about the thing I didn't know. So there's been a part there where some balloons and my mom and dad are sitting in the main area, and suddenly one of the balloons begins to move. Moved from the main area to the dining room, came back out, and was let go. That was the only interaction my dad had with it, but he seemed to be ghost repellent, so I didn't know.